Hey y'all, welcome in. I've got a good stream planned for the day. I'm gonna get this post processed and doors open. We'll see how long that takes, but I'm definitely getting to the Secretary Birdfolk Ranger today, which I'm really excited about. And then probably doing a Skytrain piece as well if we have a little bit of time at the end. So very excited. I went ahead and handled all my students before the hasn't been a ton of like work for my students to review. It's been a lot of like questions, like how do I do this? So that's why you guys haven't seen any work in a little bit. But if you do want to see art and whatnot, the Summer Art Fest that we have hosted in our Discord right now is going absolutely insane. You guys are like killing it. I can't believe how many submissions we have right now. Oh yeah, this is a color 3D print. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. But yeah, guys, keep it up. There's just a lot of really cool stuff coming here. I think it's because the prompts this week were so freaking good. We have Spectral, Necromancer, Eldritch, and Overgrown. Pretty awesome. But yes, how are my beautiful peasants doing? For everyone in the US, I'm curious if you guys have any plans. Tomorrow, it's the 4th of July. I will be streaming, also because it's during the day, so it's pretty normal. 4th of July festivities are usually at night anyhow. So yeah. But yes, big hello to Just Lingual, Micah, of course, my husband, Ricky, Eloa, and 420 things. When do the prompts reset? They reset every Monday, so you got plenty of time if you want to make a little something for it. Also, congrats on your Kickstarter continuing to grow. It makes me very, very happy. It's exactly what I want to see. If you guys haven't looked already, y'all need to go look at Matt's Kickstarter. Here it is. At least look at it, because it's free. It's free to look. But seriously, go check it out. It's awesome. It's been so much fun to watch him put this together and it like come to life bit by bit. You will not be disappointed. Yeah, Mike, I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything for 4th of July. We might go down to the lake and just kind of like watch other people light fireworks. I'm not sure. I just cross my fingers and just hope my horse doesn't run through a fence and freak out. There's only so much you can do. So for me, 4th of July is more about my critters and being like, live, be good. My pug doesn't care at all. Maverick could not be bothered about fireworks. No reaction at all. He's not deaf. He's just kind of dumb. Oh, and then how did I not mention this already? Tomorrow's stream is going to be an extra special stream. Earlier in the week, Just Lingual rolled the D20 Destiny and got a natural 20, which means I got a priority ticket. So they can go through my entire request board and give somebody the next spot. Because I normally work on requests from oldest to newest. And they picked Foxy's. Foxy has this horrific, super long, awful description. Foxy is like my back-crowning pain in the ass request peasant. It's just like the super insane monster that one of his players thought up of. It's like a 500-word description monster with way too many legs and textures. Anyway, we're going to tackle that tomorrow. It's called the Splendor, and it is not splendid. And I am looking forward to it only because it will be fun to do on stream. It's a lot. I can't wait to show you guys the description that Foxy sent me. I think he had to DM it to me on Discord because it was too long to comment on Patreon, just to give you a context of how awful and long this description is we're working on. Yes. Just Lingual's like, yay, Splendor! I still know nothing about it. Yeah. You'll see what you did. You'll see what you did. It's gonna be a good time. And then Forge says, thank you for the mentions all the time. I appreciate it. Of course. There's plenty of room at the table. And then I got anyone in my community, you're my favorite, right? So it's like, of course, I'm gonna talk about you guys as much as possible. I kind of have a rule with that too. Like even on my own Kickstarter, like I don't do shout outs to people that I don't know. Yeah, I did early on because I don't know, I was a new artist and stuff. But as I've gotten more established, I'm like, nah, if I don't know you, there's no cross promo. Speaking of, Meditating Monkey has a new project coming out soon that I will be shouting out on my Kickstarter and Patreon. It hasn't launched yet, so it's just in the pre-marketing phase. All you have to do is just say that you're interested in it, and it will really help them out. And again, just clicking get notified is free, so keep an eye out for that too. So yeah, during today's doors open, I'll be finishing up this female knight, and then heads up to Eloa and Matt especially because I'm using micro poly to detail the leggings with chainmail really fast. So you'll want to pay attention to that. Just Single says, I think it's funny that two-legged horse was an option, and yet it wasn't the craziest one. Not by a long shot. Yeah. Ooh, Aloha says, my current commission for my friend. So at the end point, it will just have this spare model to 3D print. All right, all right. I'm so glad you have a 3D printer and the things are happening. Also, I cannot believe you open the door like a little bit to commissions and like, man, people just scooped you up. I love to see it. Because it takes a while, you know? So I'm glad that people commissioned you right away. All right, I feel like we have been greeted. Everyone said hello, hello. Oh, Ataka's here. Hello, hello. I think we are ready to get this party started. All right. So moving right into that micro poly thing I was talking about. So again, anyone that's learning 3D or just interested, of course, feel free to watch. But especially like Matt, Aloha, pay attention really quick here. All right, so I have these pose out of Character Creator 4, and you'll notice that on these leggings right here, I don't have any detail on them. And that's on purpose, because you don't want to pose chainmail, it gets all crinkly and ugly. So pose it first, and then use micro poly to detail it. So if I do Shift F, you kind of see the lay of polys I have here. You want pretty even quads for the most part. And you can really easily fix that by going to zero mesher or half and turning adaptive size down to 0. When adaptive size is, the lower that number is, the more it disregards the details or the shape of the mesh, and it just tries to put even quads on it, which is what we want right now. All right, next up, you're gonna come down to geometry, and then make sure dynamic is turned on. You don't want any thickness or any nonsense like that. You just want dynamic turned on. And then right here, it says micro poly. Go ahead and click on that, and you should see something happen. All right, so I like going for like knit, does a pretty good job. Because these are 3D printed, you know, and we do stuff at a small scale, you're gonna want your chainmail to be a little on the chunky side, but not ridiculous. If it's looking a little stupid, there's a couple things that might be happening. For one, you're gonna want fit on. Fit will make it so that see this little mesh right here, all these options you got, it's gonna make sure that square takes up the full space of the poly. See where it's kind of shrunk? Turn on fit, there you go. You'll want weld on. And then you can adjust scale, just keep it at 1 when you're doing stuff rigid like this, like chainmail. And then you can play with the rotation. Obviously, rotate X looks kind of stupid, so I wouldn't mess with that one. But align does usually a pretty good job. And same with rotate Z. You're gonna wanna kind of see how that affects it. Awesome. And that's pretty much it. The only thing you wanna really keep an eye on to make sure that it is 3D print friendly is, see this base copy, this shape here? You're gonna wanna make sure the holes on this are closed and whatnot. And then you can either duplicate that or build it on top of each other, but just make sure you have that bottom shell. So that way when you do click apply right here, that mesh has the piece underneath. See, like right now I clicked apply, but I don't have a copy of it. So when I click auto groups, you'll see that it's invisible on the inside, and that is not 3D printable. And if you're confused, like, wait, what are you talking about? I'm gonna explain it one more time. So when you have this piece here, make sure you go to your subtools and duplicate it. You're gonna make sure you have to have this base copy first, okay? So that way, when you click apply, right here, you can merge them down so it won't be see-through. Can you even tell it's a see-through? There, now you can tell it's see-through. See? Bad, you don't want that. Haha, see, I have that piece underneath this. So now I can merge them together and it's 3D printable, no problem. Do you guys have any questions? Sater says, Mia, what happens to that projection if you crease a loop? I'm thinking. So the mesh here, yeah, if you were to crease it, then when you subdivide, it would not round off like this. It would, you know, have more structure on it. Did I answer your question? I might not have. Let me know. You guys hear that beeping? 1 second. Sorry, I have no idea what that was. I think I was getting like an alert on my phone and then it didn't come through. It just beeped and screamed. Okay, that's fine. Anyway. Good, glad it was like that. Forward to a sudden urge to make chainmail, right? It's really cool. Okay, I want to go one step further with this now that you guys are interested. Let's say you like micropoly, you think that's interesting, but you want something a little more custom. Especially, this is for Eloa, because Eloa always has customizations they want to do. You always got a vision. Let me show you how to do that. So we got the mesh, we got the thing, right? Let's go back to micropoly. So dynamic. And then here are all your options, right? Well, let's say you had this chainmail option, but it doesn't look quite the way that you want to. If only you could edit it and make your own custom micropoly. You can. You can pick any of these. Every single one of these pieces is actually a Z tool. So if you hold down Option, that's Alt on Windows, and just click on it, you'll see, check this out. It brings it up into a tool that you can then customize. Pretty freaking cool. So I went ahead and I edited this already. So here's the default, and here's the one that I edited because they're all polygrouped already too, so I can move stuff around. Once you have edited it, you can save it so you can use it later. So come up here to Save As, and you're going to want to save this in your micropoly folder, which is like under Applications, whatever. I just type in micropoly and then my MacBook just finds it for me. But this will, again, if you're not familiar with how to find this like in your file hierarchy and stuff, it's under like ZBrush, ZStartup, or ZData. Anyways, it's Z micropoly. Go ahead and name it whatever you want. Keep in mind it sorts alphabetically. So I named mine Stream Test. So now when I come back here, and if I click S, you'll see right here, there it is, Stream Test. So I can click on that, and bam, there is a custom chainmail that I made. And I like it because this little dot here is a little more pronounced, which I feel like will look quite nice and really paint well. So there you go. Now you know not only how to use micropoly, but how to customize it and make it yourself. Shout out to Ian Robinson, because they actually showed me how to do this like in a Discord call, and it was very, very helpful and super quick. So again, thanks Ian, you're the best. Sater says, I want visual. I was just thinking if you were to crease the leg creases, like where the legs meet up, we'll say trunk. It's too early for the word crotch. I think I know what you're saying. It doesn't behave to creases any differently. I get like, will like start to follow that line. I don't think so. It's just covering the polys. Awesome. Eloa says, I already did most of that because I followed your armor videos, but having the base shape under the chainmail is really nice. Ooh, custom. Good. Forge also said cool. Very good. Yeah, I want to show that to you guys because I know it's really quick and very, very powerful. So yes. Awesome, awesome. And then quite a few you guys are also students. I was just picking on Eloa and Matt because I know they can implement this into their workflow like yesterday. So awesome. All right, moving right along. Go ahead and merge that down. Okay. And there we go. There's your 3D printable mesh in all of its glory. And then don't mind the fact that her hands are not posed. We're not worried about it right now. Actually, we are. We're going to fix that. Sweet. All right, so I'm going to clean this up to just make sure we don't have any weird clipping issues. I'm going to start from the feet and work on up. Her feet actually look pretty good. I'm gonna use Move Topological so I can really quickly move things around. I really have a hard time just getting things cleaned up quickly. I really want to like mess with it. So I'm gonna give myself 15 minutes. It's barely enough time to get this done. So anywhere where I see any weird clipping, I'm just gonna move things around nicely. And I wanna make it better than it was before. Why is that happening? I literally have no idea what that screaming beep is. I think it's my phone, but it stops before I can fix it. So I've removed my phone. So for the next time it happens, I can just like, I have so many electronics next to my desk. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah, Ricky's like, I have no idea what those beeps are. Not the beeps. I have no idea. Hi, Steamworks, welcome in. No, it's not an alarm. I have no idea what it is. Like, truly. I'm almost thinking it's my desk or... I don't think so. Anyway, it's not important. I will figure it out as it comes up. I know, right? I just... Weird. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, Mini Mimix is here. Welcome back. Okay, I'm going to reset my timer because that's just not fair. There we go. Do I have an APC? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Maybe. And ZBrush crashed. Why is this happening today? Meep. Sat down, I'm like, ooh, we're gonna get this done, and this done, and this done, and then I have something beeping at me. I don't know where it's coming from. And I literally was just hanging out. You guys saw that? Nothing happened, and ZBrush was like, done. Maybe Mia's up to trouble. She's trying to Pavlov condition us with the beeps. Into doing what? Minnie says, that's some good looking armor. Thank you. I'm very proud of it. Very, very proud of it. That was a great stream we had last week. It took me 3 days. Yeah, internal error. What the fuck? Pixel Logic Dev ZBrush line. A memory issue. Okay. Okay. Really weird. In that case, I'm just going to take this for now and delete it. And same with the chainmail. Cool. We should be good. It's Ricky's food alarm in the basement. It's a battery power outlet thing. Like you plug into the wall and plug all your stuff into it and the power goes out, acts as a battery so you even have time for all your stuff. Oh. I don't think we have any power yet. I mean, we have power. But I do have an outlet, like a strip right here. So maybe it's that screaming. I didn't know that could beep. Interesting. Okay, we're moving on for now. The beep is going to happen again, guys, and I will figure it out. Stupid beep. It's always something new on these streams, isn't it? You never know what it's going to be. Sometimes it's related to art, but a lot of times it's just not. It's just some other problem. And that's okay. There we go. One thing nice about cleaning up armor though is that again, it doesn't bend really. So it's pretty quick to just scoot everything into place and move right along. I am sad now because I banished my phone, so now I don't have any music. I'm just hanging out with headphones on, but I don't hear anything. All right, on the plus side, this pose is cleaning up really quickly, which is great. I'm so on edge waiting for this stupid beep to happen, because at first I thought it was like an Amber Alert kind of thing. Yeah. It is not Ricky's food alarm in the basement. That does not make sense. No. So the gauntlets didn't want to pose in Character Creator 4, which is totally fine. I have a different solution for that that is much faster. Oh wow, the wrist is totally broken though. So fun fact with like, okay, no butt. We don't need a butt for this demonstration. So when you have your hand up in front of you, the side that your pinky is on, just keep in mind that you can bend towards your pinky, but you cannot bend towards your thumb. Get me? Like your hand just does not move that way. Only moves this way. So this technically is moving the right direction or a possible direction, but it looks a little jacked up. So we are going to fix it. To do that, I'm just going to mask the hand using Mask Lasso. I like using the transpose line for this. It just makes it a little easier to boop, boop. Also, I don't think I talk about this enough. The reason why I can move things around really quickly is because I did it really slowly for a long time. I built like really good muscle memory by looking at it like really slow and thinking exactly how I want to move it and then doing that. So if you ever see this like, oh, I want to be fast. I want to sculpt fast like Mia or whatever. It starts by moving even slower than you normally would, which can feel very counterintuitive. But trust the process. All right, I'm not going to re-sculpt a new gauntlet. I'm going to give the illusion of it by adding a scales brush. So I'm actually going to search just scales on my PC, and there's an IMM scales or something. It's like a default brush in ZBrush that I was surprised by. Is it IMM? It is. This brush is so powerful. I don't know where it came from. I just like happened to stumble across it. And now it's like one of my favorite things. Check this out. You can just like click and drag. Of course, I used the depth too low, so now you can't see it. There you go. Bam. And if you just do this really quickly on each of the fingers, it ends up looking like really nice gauntlets without a whole lot of work. My favorite. Can I please show the shoulder plates by themselves? No, because I'm still like working. You can see them, they're right here. But they are gorgeous, aren't they? I'm very proud of them. There we go. So I can really quickly and then just do a larger plate right here. There we go. So you get that lovely gauntlet effect without having to like hand sculpt a bunch of detail after the fact. How am I doing on time? Oh yeah, I'm doing great. And again, it's not about like rushing your work. I just have a bad habit of taking a long time to clean up stuff after it, like the model, when it's almost done is when I start to like nitpick and see like, oh, is it really turned out like good enough or whatever. So this is the only time that I put a timer on myself and I'm kind of picky about it. Matt knows about this too. it's hard to actually finish the model. I find that's like when your brain really locks up. It's like, oh, is it good enough? Is it? Yeah. I can bend towards my thumb. Oh my lord, you guys are being so silly. You're telling me you have the same range of, so having this completely stiff, you have the same range of motion to that direction than this direction? No, you don't. I'm not saying you can't bend at all. I'm saying that it's not nearly as much motion. Lord. There we go. This reminds me when I like make an insane character and I'm like, yeah, like this character's really cool, but nobody would use it as like their player character. It's more like a final boss. And then you guys are like, I would use it as my player character. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. It's like on a 50mm space. Like, you guys crack me up. Or maybe you would. Maybe your guys' DMs are just like super chill. All right, that's good enough. We need to move on. Yes. All right, what other clipping issues do we have? Looking pretty good. Oh, I saw what you meant, David. You just want to see how these were connected? The piece looks like this on the underside. I hope that answers what you were wanting. There we go. Awesome. That's some clean looking armor. Micah says, oh, okay, that makes more sense. I know some people are double jointed, and I thought you were saying most can't in that direction. I thought for a second, previously, even though I haven't considered it before. Gotcha. Since we're actually each other and having fun with this, there's no such thing as being double jointed, but I know what you mean by the phrase of it. It just means that they have more flexible ligaments and tendons. Oh, gray eyes are so underrated. Gray eyes are awesome. I just have Norring brown eyes. Well, shoot. I got 5 minutes to spare now. I really expected to have a much harder time finishing this. And again, it's not about rushing your work. It's just like, when you do this for a living and it's, you know, it's a business, you don't want to just waste time, you know? And it's tricky to find that balance between like enjoying the creative process versus actually getting stuff done. I'm always refining that. Minnie Manic says, yes, thank you. I was nervous by plates were too odd looking with the thickness, but nope, you are similar. Thank you. Man, you're missing some words there, but I know what you're trying to say. Hello, Empress. And yeah, especially don't worry if it looks awkward or weird on the underside. That's not for anyone to see. That's for just us and the 3D printer to know about and nobody else to know about. Empress, how are you doing on your project and stuff? You mentioned you were not needing a side quest, but if you were not enjoying your project or feeling stuck, let me know and we can give you something new. All right, last but not least is this gauntlet being silly as well. We're just gonna delete the whole thing. And then we're gonna quickly make like a strap or something for the backside of this, whoops, not like that, for the shield. To do that, how about I use, I'm gonna use a ring. Because it's one of those things where if you have nothing there, it looks odd. But very few people are actually going to look right here in this little spot between her body and the shield. This is one of those instances of knowing where to use an appropriate amount of effort and not an excessive amount of effort. There we go. Making it look just a touch more interesting. Which is more effort? Yes, but it took me 10 seconds, so that's fine. Getting this into place. And then a nice thing that I like to do is I'll actually move handles and stuff orient them from the front. I find it a little bit easier and using transparency. Something kind of like that. Because that's like about the center point of the shield. It doesn't have to make perfect sense. We just don't want it to be totally nonsensical. There we go. It's not tearing through the front. Looks great. Well, I'd say she's about done. I'm going to go ahead and increase the contrast slider because, oh man, it was really difficult to get this to play well with, whatchamacallit? Character Creator 4. It's very hard to get this low poly enough because I didn't really want to take time to construct subdiv, and that kind of came back to bite me a little bit. Yeah, it's good. Awesome. Hey, Foxy's here. Hello, hello. Tomorrow is the very special stream where we sculpt the Splendor. Yes. Enfer says, I'm actually doing good. I had to pause due to my back sprain, but yesterday I tackled the face as best I could, and today gathered some bonus references for this clawed fingers. Nice. Nice. Not a problem, Mini Mimics. I so get that. All right, let's get all this merged down. I'm gonna do one more check on that sword just to make sure it's kind of positioned where I want it. What happened to her pants? You just had chainmail on and now you don't have pants. Oh, was it because ZBrush crashed? Maybe I lost that. That's fine. That's super easy. No, you have 2 copies of pants. I just did not click apply. That's all. Not a problem. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go to Geometry, Dynamic Subdiv, Enable Dynamic, and then enable micro poly, and that's where that bit of magic that we showed off earlier is going to happen again. So if you missed the very beginning of the stream, you're in luck because I'm going to show the same thing. Check that out. Bam. It's that easy. Of course, you do need to have like somewhat nicely laid polys, but that's not too bad. Alrighty. I'm going to click apply this time and then inflate just a touch. Perfect. All right, gave her a little spin around. I'm really happy with this model. It's definitely one of my favorites. It's really clean. Just this whole model and the way that it was done, I'm really feeling exceptionally proud of. Eloa says, I like trying out frame mesh with some other curve brushes like curve strap snap and got some cool flat accents. Nice. Very cool. All right, this time I'm going to merge down and her pants are not going to disappear. Very good. Let's go ahead and detail this chainmail here before I forget about it. I want to make sure that her pants match. We're going to do zero mesh in half because I feel like this is a little too dense, and also her knees are bending, so it stretched those polys right there. So I have adaptive size turned about as close, to 0, and I'll make it so there's an even spread of quads. Excellent. That looks funny. Duplicate, and now pants. And by that I mean chainmail. Make sure your smooth subdiv is to 0, otherwise your poly count is going to explode. I think that's the same texture I picked before. I really should have checked the name. That's good. I might even zero mesh this by half one more time. That looks quite good. I love that they're all just named chainmail. So I was like, which one did I pick? Chainmail. I'm like, I mean, they are chainmail link, chainmail 1, 2. This is also how I name things. So, people in glass houses. I feel like that's a little more clear. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the scale at 1. I'm happy with that. Apply, a little inflate. Oh yeah, and we're in business. There's a lot of techniques that I used while creating this model that I'm gonna be using in the future, and that always feels good. All right, same kind of thing. I'm gonna give myself another 10 minutes. And get this one all cleaned up. I think her feet are a little off-centered. Let's kind of see how they're looking. Actually, they're pretty darn good. I'm gonna nudge them just so that's perfectly flat. Very good. And then we need to fix like her knee armor and that kind of stuff. And this is gonna be a lot of just selecting and moving with the gizmo. Not a ton of the move brush because again, this is armor. So you don't wanna get in the habit of squishing around hard surfaces too much. Very good. And another reminder that a lot of times working slow is working fast. Really thinking about what needs to be moved and then trying to move it as few clicks as possible. It prevents you from like frantic clicking. You know what I mean? Where it feels like you're working really fast, but you're really just clicking a lot and everywhere frantically, which is the opposite of working fast. And if you're too much of an idiot about it, you'll give yourself a repetitive strain injury, which I have totally done. So don't do that. There we go. It's kind of fun to see how like all these armor pieces would move. Ron Swanson's mustache is back. Well, welcome back. It's so crazy. Just yesterday I was looking for the stream where you were working on this. I remember you showed us how to create that gold border around her armor. I couldn't find it. Oh, I got you. I can show you how. Because it's really simple. I'm going to give you an example on just a flat plane here. Because this is exactly how I constructed the armor, is just single-sided polys, just like this plane. So the big thing is you need to have a frame on the mesh. So go to Stroke, Curve Functions, Frame Mesh. You'll get this little dotted line that shows up. I know you can barely see it, but it's there. See, there's a dotted line. When you have that, bam, you're in business. We'll even make it the same colors to make this as accurate as possible. And then you want to select your curved tube brush and click. Ta-da! And that's it. If you want to change the size of it, you can adjust your draw size, make it something smaller. Click again. Ta-da! And now it's small. Yeah, that's a really easy question. I'm super happy to answer that. And I totally get that, where you're like looking, like, wait, what happened to this one thing? There you go. I mostly did that technique in part 2. So if you were looking for it in the first video or the second video, yeah, you'd probably have a hard time finding it as well. I'm so glad people are getting so much use out of those streams. I've been sending them to my students like crazy. I actually have 3 different students right now that just so happen to be working on like full plate armor. What are the odds? And yeah, I've sent that stream to, or that stream trio to a bunch of people. And then when I make this armor set again one day, I will definitely update them because I could already do this armor set so much faster. But I'm really happy I took my time during those streams to really like hone in a workflow that I like. Again, working slow is fast. Working fast and frantic is slow. Hey, the beeping is not happening anymore. I guess it was my phone. I will figure that out later. No, Foxy, no beeping. Now if it happens again, I'm gonna blame you. My stream feels so boring in my head when I don't have any music. I'll figure that out in a bit. I'm gonna get these done first, and then I'll maybe I'll bring my phone back in here and see if it will behave. Ron says, thank you, Mia. I've been going back to a lot of your videos for reference. They're great. Oh, it makes me so happy to hear. Awesome, awesome. Yes, feel free to ask follow-up questions. Yeah, I try to make my workflow as like copyable as possible. Not very much like I feel like it needs this. Like I try to give a lot of like reasoning behind everything that I'm doing. Because if I don't understand like the why in a design, or not just the how, then I won't remember it. I have to have all of the components. I don't know if you guys know this, but like my whole like mentorship program and the reason why I started making those videos, they were for me. I would actually record myself explaining stuff so I could watch myself explain it back to me later, because I found that was faster than digging around the internet every time I couldn't figure out like micropoly or something. It's actually been quite a few months since I've had to watch one of my own videos, so I think it's starting to stick finally. Recently I was talking to one of my students, and they were really frustrated with a new tool they're figuring out in ZBrush, and they were like, I've been working on this like all night and I still can't figure it out. And I was like, girl, it's been one day. And she was like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. It's easy to get really ahead of yourself. Expectations. Get our weird little hands. We're gonna fix that. This whole arm needs to be fixed. All right, where's the elbow? And there it is. And then we're gonna scoot up this armor. And then I'm going to cut off the top of the gauntlet here, which I knew this was gonna be a problem. That's why I didn't spend a whole lot of time when I was designing it, because it doesn't want to pose in Character Creator, which is fine. I wanna keep that shape still. Oh, I love that her finger is going through her thumb. That's neat. No. Okay, that's just a thumbnail. I just want her thumb. Please stop being like this. There you go. Cute. And now I'm going to inflate this whole piece here. But first, make the sword its own separate object. So I can hide the sword and kind of repair this weird Skeletor hand. Again, I like having my fingers weirdly skinny and then I inflate them at the very, very end. Otherwise, they're super hard to work with. That thumbnail does look a little ridiculous. There we go. And last but not least, I like to detail these metal plates. Just freeform matching the hand after the fact. I swear it's faster. I'm using the scale brush that is in ZBrush. I actually don't know where it is in ZBrush. I just go to B, load brush, and I type in scale, and it searches my entire computer, and it finds it. If I had to guess, it's somewhere hidden in Lightbox. But yeah, IMM scale. Oh, there you go. It's, oh, under beta test brushes. I don't have the beta test. Interesting. I found it. I found something I wasn't supposed to, I think. It doesn't matter. This was ZBrush 2022. I don't know if I can tell you guys this. I don't think it's secret. I might be able to try out new versions of ZBrush. That's all I'm going to say. Nothing confirmed yet. But it's possible that I'll be checking out new features and stuff. Not right now, but maybe in the future. And there you go. It looks like a fully cool detailed gauntlet. It took no time and it is custom to that hand position. Well, bam. Amazing. Sometimes it really can be that simple. Minivimic says, Mia, wait, your head doesn't just play music by itself. Damn, I can't turn tunes off. You might want to get that looked at. Just Single says, Minivimics, I feel that I stopped listening to music for months because I couldn't turn the same playlist off in my head. That's fair. That would drive me crazy. Empress says, that's where I'm at. I'm still struggling with the conceptual embodiment of when to move out of low poly mode. However, I'm still locking in shapes, so safe to say not yet. You got it. You got it. Eloa says, oh, you can use scales to mimic the finger gauntlet stuff. Right? Isn't that fast? Oh, snap. Yeah. Which is confusing because Eloa and all my other students, you guys know this, that I usually advise against doing things like tedious and manual, such as like replacing individual scales on fingers. Usually I'd be like, don't do that. But because it's a curved brush and because it works so well, it only took me like a minute. That's okay, even though it seems tedious. Yeah. It's hard to know the balance sometimes. And I know that. So that's why, especially if you guys are ever feeling confused or like, wait, you said not to do that. Maybe. There's always exceptions. And you can always ask if you're like, I don't understand why sometimes you do this, but other times you don't do this. My favorite is when you guys ask me questions like that and I'm like, oh, I also don't know why I've been doing that. That's stupid. And then I will change my workflow on the fly. As I always say, like, to be like the best teacher, you got to stay humble. There's definitely times where I've had students be like, why are you doing this? And I'm like, you're right, that is dumb. I'm going to not do that. I'm just taking this handle to put on the other shield here, because even though it didn't take me long to make, there's no point in making the exact same thing twice. Yep. And the reason why I didn't have the handle already on the shield is just because I knew that I was probably going to have her arm in a slightly different spot for each pose. So I don't want to like lock myself into having to pose her a certain way. The handle's not super important. The handle, it only looks weird when you realize it's not there. So I'm not going to design around it, if that makes sense. All right, it looks a little weird, skeleton-y fingers. There we go. That's good enough. You gotta know the things to focus on and the things to be like, that's not that important. Hey, Monkey's here. Hello, hello. Mimics are people too. We were just talking about you earlier in the stream. I was telling about the project you have coming up. I haven't shared the link for it yet, but I'm going to. Speaking of, oh my goodness, Monkey, I was talking to Ricky about that because we just shared Matt's project, The Forge of Many Things. And I'm like, oh, and then next we're going to share Monkey's. And Ricky was like, Monkey makes stuff. And I'm like, yeah, Monkey makes a lot of stuff. He's like, oh, I just thought he was like just a really good artist. I'm like, no, he's like business, sunks. And like, I showed him your work and your website, and my husband was just like blown away. So he already liked you, but yeah, much love from Ricky. He also kind of sassed me a little bit. He was like, and why haven't you done a collab with Monkey yet? I'm like, because we've both been busy. But yeah, now Ricky is going to be on that. All right, why aren't you fit? That looks good. I made the sword a bit bigger because it's just a dramatic pose, and I think it looks good. Looks like her ponytail kind of fell off her head. Yeah, just a little bit. There you go. And then what do I want to do with this ponytail? Do I want it like over here, over here? I want it that way, I think. We're gonna go ahead and mask the top of it just so it doesn't fall off her head again. And then I'm going to use the transpose line to get a more organic movement to this. And the move brush. Okay, there's not enough polys for this to work. So we're gonna subdivide first. Always so many steps, right? There you go. Gonna make this even longer because it's awesome. And this model was technically not requested by anyone. Unicron requested a full plate Centaur Artificer. And I knew that model's gonna be so cool and require so many armor pieces. I went ahead and made this character first. Definitely not the way that I normally approach things, but I'm really, really glad that I did. There we go. Foxy is still beeping. Amazing. Hey, Reaper's here. Hello, hello. Meditating Monkey, wait. I make stuffs? You're gonna confuse Ricky. How is 3D modeling and dancing similar? They're not off the top of my head? You're gonna say a lame joke, aren't you? I can feel like the dad joke coming. I just cannot figure out what it is. feel like that's a question that I normally would have some sort of answer. They both require many steps. Boo. Cool. It was just a lame joke. At first I was like, am I supposed to have an answer to this? I almost feel like if I just think about it, I could get an answer for this. Foxy, are you going to be able to join us tomorrow to watch your abomination come to life? Also, no pressure if you want to swap out your request for literally anything else. No, I think we're going to have fun with it tomorrow. I think. Here we go. All right, we're looking good. It is time to stop fiddling. Stop. Something else I've been doing is post-processing, like remeshing them at the exact same time. And it's like a small thing, but it does save me a lot of time. I'm gonna make this sword larger. Hey, Paint's here. Hopping on to say hi and lots of love. Have a great holiday. Aw, thank you, Paint. I appreciate that. Foxy says, I have to work in the office tomorrow, so probably won't be home for until about 7 p.m. my time. It's currently 6 p.m. my time. So an hour from now, so at 2. Yeah, I'll still be streaming by then. By then, you should have some, like, I should have something, like, done-ish. Ish. If you tune in, I've gotten literally nothing done. Just know that I probably was doing my best. Again, we have for people like, what are you guys talking about? We have a very, very special stream tomorrow working on this absolutely insane monster request that Foxy gave me. It's insane. And Foxy is totally right. If they requested that today, I would be like, nope, I'm not going to do that. But when they requested it, I did accept it, and I am a woman of my word, so I'm going to do it. It also helps, like, that I've already done cool stuff for Foxy before, so I know I don't have to, like, if it doesn't come out perfect, it's okay, because it's a very hard request. Oh, goodness. If that was someone's, like, first request, though, I would definitely be like, oh, absolutely not. No. Big no. Absolutely not. Will this one have weapon variation, Mia, like a flail? No. No. No more variants. The variants just creep up on y'all. Oh my goodness. Like, I've gotten better about that too. Like, I do pose variants. That's it. What? I was talking to Matt about this the other day. What is it? Like, avoiding, like, variant hell. Like, suddenly you have, like, 20 models to export, but it's really just one model. I think I'm already pushing it, honestly, by having the pose options. I just really enjoy them. I think it makes the models so much more versatile, so I am going to keep doing it. I really don't like how she's holding this sword. That's very fixable, Mia. All you have to do is mask her wrist and see if you want it somewhere else. There we go. Here we go. Let's see. Do you want it like this or more down? I like it down, but it just looks broken. That's where Ricky had it before. I see why he had it like that before. We can achieve that better by going to the next joint. Oh, look, an elbow. Yeah, if you ever feel stuck in a pose and you're like, man, I can't get this to look the way that I want to, just don't forget that there's like lots of joints. You can just go to a different joint. There we go. See? Bam. That looks way more natural, and I did not break her wrist to make it happen. Though I thought about it. Just Lingual says, Mia, tomorrow's stream is literally my holiday plan. Oh, that's awesome. I'm honored. It will be epic. Foxy says, Mia, you could always swap it out for the thing that skitters in the dark. I might. We'll see. We'll see. Because that's also another awesome one. Foxy says, sometimes like the action version, sometimes like the casual version, sometimes I like both. Variety is the spice of life. This is true. This is true. I always like both of them, but yeah, I usually have a favorite. I do like the flail idea a lot, though, while we're on topic. I don't have enough models with flails. Foxy says, and as a Brit, I feel compelled to steal it for the glory of the Empire. Oh my god. Ooh, that's an interesting armpit thing going on there. Let's not do that. All right. That was really good. These models are awesome. I like both of these poses a lot. All right, let's get them merged down and post-processed. I'm gonna check mesh integrity. Looks decent. Fix mesh. And now remesh by union. Please don't blow up. Mia, do you not have a flail in the asset library? Just for research purposes, not because this model suits a flail. I don't think so. I don't think I do. I've definitely made them before, but I don't think I saved it. Sweet, it looks like the model did not in fact blow up. Though it did grab part of her face and delete that topology. Do you see this? This is very funny to me. Neato. There we go. So we got two weird little faces. What in the grim dark horror? Nope. So yeah, she will not have eyeballs behind the mask, that it's official. All right, I'm gonna close holes and remesh by union. Flail gang, we will rise again. Yeah, I did the meteor hammer or whatever it was for Rob's request. I don't think I saved it though, for whatever reason. Gosh, these look so cool. All right, let me go ahead and zoom in. I am not happy with what happened to her armor and like it got a little pixelated kind of. Again, it looks quite good still, but I want to do a better job with that in the future. Reaper says, you really got to be better at saving random assets. Is that a joke? I have literally hundreds of pieces. No. All right. How is that going to look? Exactly the same. Good. Went from 1,000,000 points to 600,000. I don't want to go much lower than that. I do just wish that these were a little higher res. What if I subdivide the entire model? This is the before, this is the after. No, me, I don't invent problems. Just construct it better next time. Okay. It's tricky that by the time you finish a model, you already know of a better way to have done something. You have to move on. It's very difficult to do that sometimes. All right, are both of these feet flat? All right, this one pretty much is. Let's just go ahead and lower you a little bit. There we go. Let's see how that looks. Pretty good. All right, I'm going to use the knife brush and I'm going to save because the knife brush causes problems. All right, she is too tall. Scoot. All right, flat feet, flat feet. Very good. All right, she's all set. Let's go ahead and get a base in here. Oh, ZBrush crashed. Okay. That's fine. That's why I saved. Ha. Eloa says, a beautiful Reaper Rage bait right there. A true masterclass. Absolutely. I was like, what? Just Single says, this is a pretty cool model. I'd use it in a video game. If I made a video game, that is. I would love to see that. Alright. Did the same thing again. Good. Close holes. We're going to check the mesh. It did hesitate slightly, but I think we're okay. And there's Foxy beeping. We're all beeping. I solved the beeping. I guess it was my phone. Still baffled why that was happening. All right, I need to load in the NZTL to get this all sized appropriately, and then we'll be set. Took me an hour to post-process both of these. Definitely not 15 minutes. What are you gonna do? 30 minutes a model is not bad. It really doesn't look like I made these. Eloa, I know what you mean. Okay, she is way too tall. Very good. And then I want to double check to make sure that these models are actually the same size. So I'm going to take her, move her over here, and line up her head. It's kind of my go-to. Yep, they're the same size. See? Science. All right, let's go ahead and import a base. It really could be any sort of base. I feel like something with stone would look nice. Foxy says, I'm excited to get my 3D printer set up again. Me too. More printing. Eloa says, careful, Mia. We don't want evil base to strike again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know if all of y'all saw that, but it was odd. I made like the most low detail simple base, and it like completely hollowed out and shattered. Not in real life, like digital, but and I caught it before I exported it, but I was like, okay. Ooh, that's a good base. Whatcha? It was fun having all the metal textures and stuff. This looks good. All right, we're gonna lower it, and I'm just checking both of the feet to make sure that they actually like intersect with the base. If I'm not certain that it will, I'll just take the rock with move back face mask, and I'll also mask the area of the base I don't want to move, which is that, you know, hard line. And I'll just move it up a tiny bit. That's it. And it's like, wait, Mia, you didn't remesh these together. You're right. I didn't. Doesn't cause me 3D printing issues. Otherwise, I would not do it that way. All right, looking good. This rock has no business being this detailed. We're gonna polish by features. There you go. You're like, ah, you destroyed it. It's fine. And now we're gonna remesh by union. Oh, I had symmetry on. We're gonna do it again. You know, it's moments like that where like I feel for all of my students are like early on in learning, because like it's just a single button click and things will behave totally differently. Drove me crazy when I was first learning. I'd go back and forth between just feeling like I was incompetent or blaming the program. It really just depended on the day. Now I just think it's funny. Now it doesn't bother me at all because I'm like, oh, I know what's causing the problem. There's a saying that I really like, which is frustration begins where knowledge ends. So I was like, oh, okay, if I'm feeling frustrated, it's probably because I just don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. I can go figure it out. I'm not crazy about what's happening with the topology right here, so I'm going to smooth it away. Stop. Be normal. Cool. Time to move this character over, get her fitted on the base as well, and then we're done. Not with this stream, just with this first project I wanted to get done. We're actually gonna sculpt a whole brand new model today, apparently. Even I'm like, okay, that sounds like a lot. Maybe I'll eat another bowl of cereal on my break. When I don't want to do something, it usually just means that I'm hungry. She looks awesome. Oh wow, we're heisting again. It's been a hot minute. Nice. Strong start to the stream. Let's get these knocked out. Foxy says, I am unhappy about this situation. What's happening? Are you not winning any heists? Okay, she's a little on the tall side, but I'm not mad about it. Empress says, Mia, invoking student question. My mesh is not centering even with F nor via the gizmo. What could be wrong? So when you click on F, you're not centering your mesh. You're just moving the camera onto your mesh. The gizmo is manual. What you want to put your mesh in the center of your world is deformation, unify. So that is located under Tool, Deformation, Unify. There you go. All right, this will be female knight casual. No base. I think if Mia from last year saw this character I just made, this female knight, with like this detail of armor, she might cry. Pretty awesome. Again, not really a high bar to mention I cried everything, but still worth noting. What I'm trying to say is I'm very proud of this model. Empress says, oh, thank you. You're very welcome. I love that I have such good students. Like, they don't get snotty. Like, Empress asked me a question, and I was like, oh, your fundamental understanding is wrong. But here's a question you're trying to ask. And, like, you don't get weird or defensive, because it can be frustrating, like, when, you know, you ask a question and, I don't know, it doesn't feel good to be corrected, you know? So, I appreciate you guys for being such easygoing, cool students. I try to not be like a dick in the way that I answer things too. But still, it takes two for sure. All right, these are uploaded. I'm super, super happy with these. All right, it is time to check off boxes on my spreadsheet. There it is. Email night. Finished. Whee! Where's my confetti? Whee! All right, now bring up my request board. So this is my work from, and I literally start on the oldest request and work towards the newest one, so it's not done in random. The only way to skip that is if you get a priority ticket, which costs extra money. Or if you're lucky, like just Lingual, you can just roll a natural 20 on my D20 Destiny, and then I guess that works too. All right. Very cool. I got a couple bonus models in here. I like it. So I think once I finish these two requests right here, that's either the end of the December, no, that's the end of the January request board, which means we'll be moving into February, I think. No, this is December and then this is January. I know because I'd make February pink for sure. So we're making our way into February. We'll definitely finish, get into February's request this month. Not bad. Foxy says, Sassy Mia is the best Mia. Very good, because it's the only Mia I know how to be. Alright, y'all. I'm going to take a break and come back, and we're going to start a brand new model. Going to be great. Also probably going to be a long stream today, so buckle in, y'all. Grab a snack. I know I'm probably going to get a second bowl of cereal, and I'll be back. Alright, I'll see you guys in a bit. Hey y'all, welcome back. Alright, my beautiful peasants, it is officially Tavern Keeper's Craft, and here is the request we're working on today. This is from Lil J, and they say, could I please request an Aarakocra, so it's a Birdfolk, ranger, in the style of his secretary bird. She fights with a longbow and or a spear, and has a mongoose companion that flies with her in her backpack on her shoulder. If I got extra time, we'll do the mongoose, otherwise, no. So it's technically 2 models, which is pretty awesome though. So we'll think about it. Also, you can just tell by the way that some people write, like that they're just like a nice person. First off, big warm greeting. Could I please request? And then like they specify like an Aarakocra as like it's a Birdfolk, just in case I wasn't familiar. And then right here is my favorite, which is like she fights with a longbow and or a spear. Like you can just tell like the flexibility they have with the way they put in their request. And it's little, but I really appreciate those kind of things. So that's what we're working on today. I went ahead and grabbed some references. I found one that was especially gorgeous and pretty on the nose for what we're working on today. This isn't really a ranger. This is more like, oh, I don't know, a monk, I guess, is if I had to put a class on this. Ooh, maybe probably a cleric. More like a cleric. But how gorgeous is that? I'm not sure who the original artist is. It's bad on me. But here's the signature. You could Google reverse search this for sure. I need to do that. Okay. Hey Matt, welcome in. Secretary birds are such pretty birds. They are. They really are. I'm reading some Micah lore right now in the chat. I love to see it. Needless to say, I don't have a whole lot of stories about exes because though I dated quite a bit in high school, I'm still with that guy. He's my husband now. So yeah. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and start in our beginning ZPR. Here we go. Doesn't look very bird-like, but we're gonna fix that. First thing I'm gonna do is check out the different bodies that I have because I do have some Birdfolk bodies. So I go to my master tools right here and I have Z bodies. Under animal humanoids, I got a bunch. I even got an elephant folk. You guys request all kinds of stuff. Dodo bird base. Here we go. Birdfolk base mesh. Let's go ahead and bring that in here. There we go. This is what we're starting from today, and we're somehow gonna make this pretty and not an eagle. All right, so it's going to be a ranger. I'm going to focus on the ranger aspect first. I usually put my rangers with some sort of half cape. It can be off of their shoulder or even off their hips, but I find that always screams ranger to me. And then of course, lots of leather, belts, pouches, all that kind of good stuff. Okay, I found a ranger that I like. This is the kind of aesthetic that I'm going to go for. Of course, you guys are more than welcome to share different references and coolness with me in our Discord server. So yeah, this is the kind of, this screams ranger to me. It'll be tricky to translate to a bird for a few reasons. One, because she's going to have, you know, bird feet, so I'm not going to be able to do this portion, but I might be able to do some sort of leather brace or van braces? Greaves. Armor part on their shin that resembles this. All of this I can pretty much do the same. I can actually really exaggerate the waistline and stuff because secretary birds are just here. You guys have not seen a secretary bird. You're about to see a secretary bird. They just have no business being as fabulous as they are. Right? Like, are you joking? They look like a high fashion model, just in nature. Yeah, this gives me a lot to work with. So naturally I'm going to give her outrageously long legs. But not so much that she looks broken. Here's a secretary bird fighting a snake and still looking pretty about it. It's not a real snake, it's a dummy. But still, the bird doesn't know that. My goodness. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna grab that screenshot and throw that in here as well. I think it's really important you guys get to see this process and like how I gather references. Because again, they're tools for you to use. Alrighty, so we have our bird man, eagle man, looking very 4th of July right now. I think I'm funny. All right, I'm gonna grab from my other assets in here and start kit bashing the ranger aesthetic first, and then I'll go ahead and make it a secretary bird. All right, we're gonna go with, I guess, a pretty white color here because they're white. We'll go more on the warm color tone here, and I'm gonna adjust my lighting a little bit here. Sweet. I'm gonna do the stamp right here with Shift S. Bam. So now I have a copy here that's not real, it's just like a reference image. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab pieces from my asset library. These are all pieces I have sculpted over the years making other characters. I don't know if I plan to have anything on her head, so I'm probably not going to use anything here. I do like this little cape thing. I might use that. Yeah, it's kind of the beginning of like that half cape I'm talking about. Yes, we will use that. Or not. This is the beauty of kit bashing in the beginning. It's just so I can visualize things very quickly. I'm going to go ahead and color the body differently than these assets I add on, and that's going to allow me to really kind of see the silhouette that I'm going to pick here. We're going with a dark green color because that just screams ranger. Also going to go with this orange beak. There we go. All right, back to that rich green. And again, this isn't, I didn't actually poly paint this green. It's just a preview. So when you haven't told a subtool what color it is, it will change until you tell it what to be. All right, so I have a cape piece here. I don't think I want anything else, so I can go ahead and delete this. I don't plan to give her actual hair. Mini mimics, whistles. Look at them long legs, right? Outrageous. Mini Mimic says, I'm supposed to be job hunting, and now I'm song hunting. This is more fun, though. I feel that. Ooh, yeah! Rivali has some armor motifs that show how to adjust around a bird body. Brilliant. Okay, cool. It's kind of what I was thinking about there. How did I not think of this? Duh. I feel like I reference Zelda a decent amount. Probably because he's kind of a jerk. His character kind of gets on my nerves. I know it's like, oh, he grows on you. I'm like, he's just so rude. He gets better. He's very rude, though. Thank you. That was perfect. That was extremely helpful. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, I am going to reference that quite a lot. So I'm going to give Just Lingual a point for that. That was a really, really good one. There we go. Ooh, a bunch of good ones from Foxy too. Birds with clothes. I love that. I like this a lot also because it's like feminine bird. Okay, Foxy also gets a little bit of pulling for that. Specifically this one. Matt says, maybe a cultural thing, a Japanese thing. Falco and Star Fox was a jerk too. Wow, I forgot all about Star Fox. That is a very, very old memory for me. And he was a jerk. Mimic says, Mia, I love how you corrected my bad grammar mid-quote. Yeah, I can't help myself. Funner is not a word. We love a Birdman with confidence in oneself. Foxy says, don't give me pulling, I'm trying to get rid of it all. Double pulling. All right. I also think having, repurposing this scarf just to have as wrappings and other cool stuff will be beneficial. I don't want to bog down the design too much though. I'll add it for now, but I don't feel like pressed to use it. Again, we are just early concepting. This is why I like kit bashing, because I can just see if I like what that texture or that shape's gonna look like. This weird, not really top, I think is perfect. Because it's a bird, we're not dealing with boobs, but we can give the implication of boobs without actually putting boobs on a bird. I got serious face, I'm thinking. Maybe Mimic says, I know funner isn't a word. That's why it's funner. No. Might repurpose this. Or this one especially. Okay. Want some sort of leather corset doublet thing going on. About another 5 minutes more of me grabbing pieces that I may or may not use, and then the sculpting starts. I see you redeemed a water check that didn't pop up. That's fine. Thank you. Oh my god, blue jays are jerks. Oh my goodness. Growing up, I lived in the country. I say country because I was in the valley in California. So I lived in the middle of like industrial agriculture, which looks like the country, but it's not. But anyway, there was tons and tons of blue jays out there. And we had this cat that was like part Maine Coon. His name was George, and he was One-Eyed George because he has, well, one eye. Anyway, he was awesome, and despite having one eye, no depth perception, he was an absolute hunting machine, and over the course of like a spring and summer, he decimated the bluebird or blue jay population, which at first was very sad. And then we noticed we actually had a lot more variety in birds after that, because blue jays will like crush and eat other bird eggs. So the next following year was actually quite nice. We had like no blue jays, we had all kinds of different like sparrows and finches and other varieties of birds. So yeah, George was a cool cat. He's a very, very good cat. What do I want on her hips? Some sort of layered skirt nonsense would be great. Pretty happy with this. These pieces especially I might want to use, so I'll just go ahead and bring them in case I find it tedious to get this skirt restructured. All right. We got a lot of pieces. Did I get other foot pieces going? No, I didn't. I want this for that. There we go. Obviously she has bird feet, so this isn't going to quite fit. But we're not worried about that right now. All right, this is where we're at after the kit bashing stage. Just Lingual says, Mia, a Stellar's jay is my favorite bird. They look better in person than photos because they're really fit and active. Would you post a picture? I want to see. All right, and then the next thing that I do is I start fitting this, but we're not actually done with the body itself. So I'm going to feminize this a touch. So I'm going to soften the waistline a bit, but never, ever, ever crush the rib cage. The rib cage must stay. You can reduce the size of the muscles around it, like the lats and stuff, but we don't do this. No. Your best bet is to broaden the hips and even broaden the chest a little bit to get more of a feminine silhouette. Okay, Okay, these legs are actually already like outrageously long, so I won't need to do a whole lot of adjustments there. Gonna soften the shoulders a little bit. I really just want her to look a bit more lanky. And then yeah, so this is I know it's a bird man, but the rules of butts are still true. For men, they have more of like this normal heart shape. And then for women, it is more of a peach shape. It's upside down like this. So this missing bit of volume right here is what I'm gonna fix. Bam. It's really not too hard, but it's a good thing to know. Again, I'm gonna soften these. This is the latissimus, whatever. I just call it lats, lat muscle. And up here is your trap. So all that's gonna get softened. There we go. I have these pretty far pushed forward. She looks a little off balance. Her foot needs to be under her knee. Otherwise, she would just fall forward. Does that make sense? This base mesh is a little incorrect because I'm always learning and I obviously didn't understand how to balance this when I first made it, which is a-okay. Also, the feet are just too small. And I think I kept it that way because I added these giant claws, which does kind of help the problem, but not entirely. Let's go ahead and scoot those claws forward. Oh, that is gorgeous, a stellar jay. They can also have gray in their wing/flight feathers that add a gradient to the blue while still having stripes. Oh, like right here. That's a gorgeous bird. It's like a blue cardinal, essentially, like in the shapes. Very cool. We have a ton of cardinals out here in East Tennessee. I don't talk about it much on stream, but like I really like birds. I like all animals, but especially like birds and bird watching. For my birthday last year, Ricky got me a bird book specifically for East Tennessee. And yes, I do keep it in my purse, and I am that dork that's like, oh, what's that bird? And I go through my purse and bring up my bird book. I don't know, I just think it's fun. All right, gonna bulk this up quite a bit. And then I'm gonna take a reference here at my secretary bird one more time. I didn't put it in my references over here. Of course I didn't. Scroll up, there we go. There we go, so make that bone a little bit taller. And then just gonna make the feet larger in general. I know they're super small in the actual bird, but we are gonna be 3D printing and playing with these pieces, and I don't want them to be obnoxiously fragile. So big talons it is. There we go. Sweet, it's looking a bit more elegant. And it's subtle. It's not about taking like a feminine figure and to make it feminine, even if it's a bird. Like, I know I'm crushing down a lot of the muscles and stuff. It's not about not being muscled. It's just reducing the silhouette and the size of the frame overall. That's just giving it a bit more of a feminine line. No beeping. I have my phone back, by the way. I have music again. So, yeah, we'll see. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not going to worry about the head for a bit. Let's go ahead and get the clothes working out. Though I do really like this new base mesh that I made. It's a touch more feminine. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the body. And then later on, I will re-export this as a feminine base mesh. There we go. And then I'll probably wait to finish the bird head and I'll export that separately. Because listen, when I get requests like this that are really cool, like the secretary bird, people are going to see this and I'm going to get like 3 requests for secretary Birdfolk. It's what happens every time. I can't remember whose request it was. I think it was the dodo bird. That requester, I think that was Rob. Anyway, he just ended up asking for another one anyway. But there's definitely been times where I've made really unique requests from patrons, and I'm like, okay, cool, I don't need to save anything because like nobody's going to ask for this again. And then other people were inspired and did in fact ask for it. So I've learned to just save everything. So I'm adjusting this model from the feet up, just making sure everything fits. Again, this is going to be a ranger, so I want to have ranger-like armor. So I'm gonna have a lot of different leather straps and just like more of just like a light armor look that's edging towards medium. So no heavy plate mail. We want her to look really agile. I like this. Let's go ahead and get a little bit of poly paint on here. Whenever I'm poly painting something brown, like straps, I like to have much more of like a red tone. I just think it makes things, I don't know, look more interesting. We'll go with more of a muted green here. There we go. So that's our first bit of color in poly paint. There we go. All leather straps and belts. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of that. Mini Mimic says, artistically, I've noticed that many feminine shapes of the body are just upside down hearts. That is so true. That is so true. I'm like sticking this peach all over this body, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna remember that. So I have quite a few different pieces here. As I start fitting them, I like to make sure I get a mirror and weld to make sure that this is actually centered in the scene. This is a bit on the long side and it's not asymmetrical, so I'm gonna want to fix both of those things. And again, we're not trying to get things perfectly fitted. We're going to have multiple runs through this from the top to the bottom. So once I get the piece fitted literally at all, I'll be like, great, move on. Like right now is one of those moments. Good enough, move on. We're going to de-head the bird for a moment here. Yep, that's good. Just because it's kind of feeling in the way. And I also think that this leather cuirass I have is a bit too heavy for what I'm wanting for this model. So I'm going to delete that too. We are going to go with this half bra thing instead. It's kind of reminding me of when Link has that like feminine outfit that he wears in the Gerudo Village. Kind of reminded me of that. And I'll probably add some like lacing and stitching to the back of this to hold it together. But not yet. We're a little too early for that still. Just Single says, Mia, can we have an all-in command so we can streamline our gambling? No. also playing with the colors as I go through here too, to kind of see what I like. Another thing I like to do, I'm trying to like make a figure look a little bit more feminine, is I make sure to add a little bit more volume here on this like lower abdominal muscle. It is very difficult to have like a 6-pack or a 4-pack or any pack of abs show on a woman because we naturally carry a lot more fat, especially right here. Even women that are extremely fit, if they eat or something, they'll lose definition on these muscles, which is totally normal. I'm gonna go with like a softer 4-pack here. And I am going to be adding feathers, don't worry. I just need to have a clear baseline of where I'm starting with first. There we go. That's looking a little more lithe. Kind of, I'm almost thinking of like a male elf is how I'm approaching this body. Because they're pretty boys. Mia, would it be better to go for 11s versus a 6-pack? Oh, like these, you mean? I went with a 4-pack instead. Just something like really like squishy. Yeah, I like this. But you're right, I am pretty much more so doing these lines here. I'll go ahead and bring those out a little bit more. 11s. I've never heard it called that before. I like that. I immediately knew what you're talking about, though. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It's going to be a long stream. It's going to be a fun one. Oh, if you're having a good time, please remember to like the stream. It really does help out immensely. And it's free. Can you imagine if it charged you just to like the stream? Oh, God. I think this rounded off shape is going to be perfect because I want to have like asymmetrical armor on her shoulders. There we go. It's a little funny on the back side here, so let's see if I can just do mirror and weld across the Z-axis. Let's go ahead and turn on local symmetry. There you go. Before, after. I have been having to refit a lot of my armor to do this. I don't know why I didn't mirror it across the side. But I really encourage y'all to do that when you're working on your shoulder plates. Which is great, because you don't have to worry about the front of it then, and then just mirror and weld. Amazing. Just Single says, I don't mean for the model, but when thinking about fit on women's bodies. And not as a critique, but as a male who doesn't understand sculpting females. As a weird not hot take, there is a website called like Line of Action or something, and it will just give you a bunch of prompts to draw from. Sketch. 1 second. I need to find this. Is it actually called Line of Action? Oh my God, I got it correct the first time. Amazing. But if you guys don't know about this website, I highly recommend it. You can just click on any of these. And again, it is not for the shy. If you were afraid about nudity, this is not for you. But I got good at sculpting women because I looked at a lot of naked women. Same with Ben. So that's why the figure drawing one, no clothes. It's just the way of thing. I can click on this. I want to like show you guys how this works. Because I'm pretty sure this is the website I was thinking about. But it's really fun because it'll like give you a new prompt for whatever increment of time that you say. So you kind of just practice for as long. Here you go. You can customize your session if you want. Only female, only male, both, whatever. And you can pick only covered models. And they do a pretty good job of not just like covering the entire model, so where you like can't even figure out how the musculature works. Cool. I'll do it only covered for right now. And then female, because that's what we're talking about. And we'll go with teen and adult. Portrait. And there you go. Display each image for 5 minutes. I do 10 minutes because I'm slow. And then start. And there you go. So it's like covered, but not really. And this is great. And this is really how I got better at drawing and sculpting people. And just, there you go. There's a ton of different, that is odd. Anyway, there's a ton of different body types, and just, I highly, highly recommend this website and this tool. All right, let's keep on going. I think it's time to use one of my armor pieces for the first time. So full plate armor, I'm gonna go ahead and pick something that's low because I'm gonna texture it, excuse me, as leather, not metal. Oh yeah, upper arm low. There we go. Mirror. Sure enough, it fits just where I want it to. Love that. And I can just kind of duplicate it a few times. There we go. Very nice. Same thing with the arm braces. I'm actually going to bring in a bunch of these pieces right now because I made them. And I didn't realize that they were going to fit so well even for softer organic armor. Didn't really occur to me. This is exciting. Foxy says, Mia, how often do YouTube streams get demonetized because your YouTube sees nudity? Not even once. Oh, no. Actually once. One time. And it was when I was working on a zombie who was clothed. Totally serious. Good question. I am so glad I took all of that time last week to create this armor set in the different levels of detail, because this is already becoming really helpful. It's not fitting this body perfectly because this is a bit more custom because it's a bird. Otherwise it would. We're gonna work on the head in just a bit here, in case you're like, yeah. I don't think there's any other pieces I want to grab. I'm thinking about it though. I don't remember what the collar looked like. Oh, that's right. I think it's pushing it a little bit for this design. I might want to get rid of it, but there's no reason not to have it here for a moment. What if I flip it 180 degrees and make more of like a collar, like a flared vampire-esque collar? That could be cool, especially if I sculpt it like it's a big leaf. I'll leave it there for now. Actually, I lied. I'm going to hide it right away. I don't think I like this texture very much. It's a little too chunky for how lean I'm making this character. I ended up not needing this skirt. Oh, this half cape thing. I do want this still. And I really do want it to be like a half cape. So we're gonna remove this little jewel she has. Rotate, scoot it back just a touch, and I'm gonna use my move brush to get this into place. I'm gonna need to introduce a third color, otherwise this design is gonna read very confusing. Let's go with a muted gray. Why half cape? I don't know. I really feel like it reads ranger, and I'm just a big fan. Also, when I pose this character, it gives me a fun bit of fabric to swoosh in the wind. You'll notice I'm not being too picky on the way that this fits on the model. It's really just about designing a silhouette that I like. That is the most important part to me right now. There we go. Let me go ahead and duplicate this belt right here, and I'm going to see if I can make some interesting kind of like cross stitches on this little top I gave her. Yeah, I think it's a shape that I like. Okay, I think it's finally time to put a head on this bird. I do think some sort of leggings would be cool too. Right now I'm looking at my references, getting ideas on how like other rangers look. She's looking like a druid ranger right now, which, as you guys know, I'm not mad about. I love druids are my favorite. I think adding some belts across her thighs would be perfect, especially if I add like small knives or bits of gear. Just Lingual says, Mia, half cape to swoosh is much better way to put it than for a secondary action. I'm not going to solely think in swooshability. That's fun. I agree. It's just a more fun way to say things. Alright, let's add some belts to her thighs, because it seems like I will do absolutely anything other than work on the head of this model. I don't know why. I'm just not right now. Alright, so, oh, it's right, there is a human head on this still. I need to not forget about this when I pose, because if I do, it will blow it up. It'll have a vertex mismatch, and that would be devastating. Wow, that's horrifying. So yes, I made this base mesh from the default in ZBrush. Alright, so use curve strap snap brush to make these little straps here. I'm going to click and drag a line and then hold down shift, and it should grab a nice little band. I say should because every now and then it just needs some encouragement. Doesn't always like to do the thing. Looks good. I'm going to do a set of 2. Make sure that you are doing this on a model that has 0 subdivision levels, otherwise it won't work. I'm also going to inflate it, and that's for 3D printing reasons. Great, I have these 2 bands here. And then I'll probably wait until I actually add any like gear or pouches to that specific spot just to see how it's visible in the pose or not. And before I work on the head, because I'm having fun putting it off now, I'm actually going to bring in some little pouches. This is the one I had in mind. Again, all these are pieces I have sculpted for other models at one point. I like to bounce back and forth with asymmetrical detail, so I added these little bands to her hip. So I'm going to add this pouch on the other side. There's no like hard and fast rule for that. That's just what I was thinking of in that moment, so I wanted to share. Cool. Sater said, Mia, don't buy a house. Buy land and just live wild. Houses are nothing but cascading problems. Oh, Sater, what happened? Oh, no. And yes, no, they are. They're a mess. I'm aware. Reaper says I couldn't tell all the mods are MIA. But Mia in all caps. I haven't moderated today. I've had an easy day. Like most days. I finally banned someone from the Discord yesterday, y'all. Someone was being a lunatic, and I was like, ooh, God. They were just like mad about some other creator and just like complaining, and they dropped my favorite line of, I don't care if this gets me banned in the server. I'm like, ew, dude, why are you going so crazy? I honestly wouldn't have cared if this guy was complaining about tomatoes, but it was such a spicy rant over something so little. It's very weird. But yeah, I had to share with you guys. Very exciting. We had our first ban of the year finally in the Discord server. We don't have any drama, so when we do, it's fun to talk about. Just like, well, I missed tea? Yeah, because I saw it pretty quickly. I saw it very quickly. Sater says, we have a random wet spot on the ceiling in the kitchen, but the only thing above that area is a bedroom. That means it's a pipe. More than likely. Ugh, sorry, dude. Woof. That's how you know our community is so goofy and so healthy. Like, just singles like, oh, I missed tea. Like, we don't have any drama. I mean, it's not by accident by any means. Like, we're on top of it. But there's also just not a whole lot to moderate, which is part of the beauty of being in a small community. I'm aware of that. I mean, I also have the best peasants in the land, so. Matt says, do we need drama? I can make drama. No, we're good. Honestly, the crunchiest we ever get is in this channel, the very, very, very bottom, called Table Games Design. And this is where the crunch happens. We've got Foxy, Sater, outside context Cassie, she gets, or they get spicy every now and then too. Or just like their tone is pretty dry. There's paint. But yeah, this is the crunchy area of my server. All right, it's finally time to sculpt this burb. Sater says, so my only thoughts are A, there's a leak somewhere and it's running through the walls, also a possibility. B, there is a leak in the bathroom, it's flowing across the entire house to pool there. Woof. I don't like either of those options for you. Foxy says, even when there isn't anything going wrong with the house, there's always things to do. Absolutely. Reaper, so true. All right, here we go. Oh, for her companion, the mongoose. I have already forgotten about this. We'll see. I'm still not sold on doing the mongoose because I'm like, that is a lot. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do, because I have done this dance many times, I am going to look at, I'm going to get references for just the head. Because I have a hard time with bird heads. You guys know this. So, when you are sculpting an animal that you're not sure about, you need to work slowly and consistently and have two primary references. One, as straight on as possible, and this other one, as side on as possible. Like even this one, I might use it because it's pretty darn good, but I would rather use this one because it's even straighter. Though I will say that the other one was an especially pretty bird. Again, not all animals are the same, so you can be a little biased and like, yeah. That looks ridiculous. And I really encourage you not to work from other people's art when it comes to references like this. Like if you're sculpting a secretary bird, like get a picture of the bird. Usually when it has watermarks on it, it tends to be better, I swear. I'm gonna take that one. Also, their eyes are gigantic. Oh my lord, I know I'm gonna have a hard time with that. Okay. As you guys know, I like to measure my sculpts by the eyeball. So I start with the eyeball and then I'm like, okay. Literally, this bird is insane. Okay. Here's the eyeball. It's one eyeball tall and one eyeball below. So it's 3 eyeballs tall. That's the entirety of the head thickness. It's what that tells me is this is going to be a very sensitive design. It's fine. I've done harder. All right. That's a pretty good straight on. And as far as, so these feathers back here are actually flexible. They can like take them and pull them up and do stuff with them. So I'm free to pose those feathers however I want. So I'm really not going to worry about them until later. That's a pretty good front. Their beak is also exceptionally long. Ah, where'd my notes go? My notes app crashed. Do I need to get a stronger computer to stream? No, I'm okay. All eye, no brain. Oh, so true. That is really ugly. That is not a cute bird at all. Is there an easier way for me to move images in notes? Because my God, this is slow. All right, well, we're good. Okay. I think I just grabbed that one. No, this is a slightly better one than the one that I just grabbed. Now I want that one. That was literally just a better version of the reference I just grabbed. Gorgeous. Thank you, Reaper. All right. Satyr continues on their house drama. Satyr says, hence my biggest problem. I don't even know who to call. I'm not cutting a big ass hole in my ceiling, but I don't know if I should call a plumber or an HVAC guy. Because water, I would go plumber for sure, personally, because I find it very unlikely. Like, I don't know how much water you're talking, like how wet your ceiling is, but like it's possible that it's like AC drip condensation leak stuff, but it definitely sounds like a plumbing issue. Yes. Oh, there we go. Satyr talking to Matt. Yes, but I didn't consider calling an exorcist. Thanks for making my decision even harder. Call a priest, my guy. You know what? You're right. Exorcism. There you go. All right. It is burb face time. We're going to start with this eagle. And that's okay because they're both front-facing-ish. Yeah, okay. Oh, I don't like that one as much. It's a great reference, just horrifying. Thank you for sharing. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is squish this head down considerably because I got these little skinny necks, kind of. Oh, here is the wet spot. Oh, yeah, dude. It comes all the way up. Bro, that sucks. That's my reaction to the wall. Also, Reaper, where are you finding these? Oh my God. I'm like, it's a pretty bird. And it's like, maybe not. So these birds are really interesting because the beak shape stretches back almost like into like a masquerade mask is what it's making me think of. So I'm going to take this beak, and I already know I'm going to destroy it. So I'm going to ZBrush it a bunch of times to get some nice even quads. Currently I have, it's been decimated down to 25,000 points, which is A, too high poly for what I'm wanting, and B, it's just ugly topology. So I went ahead and decimate down to 5,000 points, and now I'm going to ZBrush by half. Yeah, probably 2.5 to 3 feet long, 4 inches at the widest spot. Which I mean, that isn't. Yeah, I'd call a plumber, dude. But I mean, don't listen to me. I don't have a house. Though we are the ones that fix things here. But we've had to fix easy stuff. All right. I'm debating whether or not I should make this eye flap thing a separate subtool or just all connected as part of the beak. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're gonna make them separate. Reaper, you're having too much fun. We're gonna make a separate subtool. And that is for this like mask thing they got going on. All right, so I have that masked. I'm going to extract this mesh here. And you guessed it, we're Z-remeshing. And that's going to be kind of like a yellowy color. This being more of a deep orange. The color helps me just like stay organized. You don't have to design that way. All right. Nope. I literally cannot listen to words while I sculpt at all. It has to be just like instrumentals. All right. So we have the eyeball. We have decided this is the size of the eyeball, and I know that it's going to be 3 eyeballs tall. There we go. So that is the realm that I must sculpt the head in. We're gonna do the same thing with how long the face is. Also 3 eyeballs, it looks like. Okay. So again, this is literally how I construct things. My students get confused on this kind of stuff all the time. They're like, oh, how do you know? And I'm like, I just create an eyeball grid. I didn't measure the back of the head yet, but it's pretty small. All right, we still need to Z-remesh this a bunch of times. Sater says, oh, same, I'm pretty handy, but I don't fuck with internal plumbing or electrical. Same. Unless it's like a really easy fix, like toilet stuff is easy, I got that. Yeah, I'll change fans, outlets, light fixtures, toilets, pipe seals, literally once in a while it gets a call. Yeah. We have changed 2 ceiling fans this year, more outlets than I can count. Light fixtures, not really. We had to fix all 3 toilets in the house. And the pipe seal under the kitchen sink. Oh my God, it's like crooked. We finally got it to work, but it took a lot more plumber's putty than it should have. Look at them go. I guess they really like to go after snakes. Cool. All right. Squish, squish. Bam. It already looks much more like the bird. I joke about it all the time, like if you blink, you'll miss it. I do like a lot of planning, and then I just do the thing. And you always can just put the reference behind your ZBrush screen and turn on transparency. Like you can always do that. I'm not doing that yet because I really want to just practice visualizing it myself, because it saves me time in the long run. I am going to strike out roughly where that beak is, that partition, because the front of the beak is longer than the back. We're still beeping. Oh my goodness. My phone has not beeped in so long. It's being so good. And yeah, this eye cover thing does not extend past the eye. It's just a huge game to spot the difference, y'all. That's not as orange as I was wanting it to be. There. The straight line, like surprisingly straight. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, their beak looks more like this, and then kind of tapers. All right, can do that. Yes. They are pretty burbs. I'm glad you're having fun, Reaper. I would love to see you like make a character inspired by this too. There's going to be a nostril right there-ish. And this mouth line does continue through their little, what I'm calling a masquerade mask. Look how tiny the head looks right now. We'll adjust that later. We are just worried about the actual head. All right, now how does it connect to the rest of the burb? Kind of does a little taper. I'm gonna use my damn standard brush to kind of strike out a volume here and then make sure I push everything down underneath that point. Kind of like a bird jawline. There we go. Ooh, clever, just lingual. Beep. You guys are dorks. Alright, I didn't measure the back of the head. It's like just 2. I have never actually just like drawn the eyeballs out like this to measure the model. I bet that was pretty helpful. I will do that in the future too. I'm just focused on the side. We're gonna get to the front of the model pretty soon here. All right, I'm gonna merge down my weird eyeball grid. There we go, so I can hide it. Oh goodness. And I will need to make a different mesh here just for the eyelashes because they're quite fancy. We're going to delete this entire mask for right now. It's going to be more of a poly paint detail. I think making it a separate mesh is like a huge pain in the ass. Usually more subtools is the answer, but in this case I was like, no, that's actually really annoying. We're just going to, bam, poly paint. Way easier. All right, now a reference from the front. And I'm just looking again, it's a big game of spot the difference. So the top of the beak is right in between their eyes. Their eyes are like, you can fit almost like 2 eyes in the middle. Yeah. I'm gonna squish this in. Squish. And we're gonna start sculpting out this really fancy winged eyeliner look they got going on. They also have like an absolute frowny face mouth, which is not very aesthetic, so I'm gonna have to soften that to not make it look like a blobfish. It's happening. Y'all remember last year where I struggled to sculpt a raven for like a week? I've learned, making much faster progress. All right, we're gonna go ahead and make some of these black feathers so we can start shaping the silhouette here. Gosh, the head is so tiny and funny looking. Again, I'm just focused on that. We will get to the proportions in just a second here. Hey, someone new is here. Brawley, welcome in. Oop, no words. There we go. All right, so for this fan of feathers here, I'm going to use a curved tube brush, and again, this is just for silhouetting purposes. I'm making this face because I'm like, it's a very odd bird. Yeah, probably, I don't know if you've lurked in the chat, or lurked before you're now first time in the chat, but if you're brand new here, we make D&D characters here. We also do monsters and creatures and animals and dragons, that kind of stuff, but it's all meant for 3D printing. Today's request was for a Secretary Birdfolk Ranger. Secretary birds look insane. Look like this. So we're gonna make this cool. I just started on the head from scratch here, so it looks quite hysterical. I'll definitely need to sculpt some eyelids in just a moment here. Yes, the head will seem bigger with the feathers too, which is why I'm adding the feathers now before I start getting too far into the proportions. Exactly, just lingual. You guys are having too much fun with this. Hey, it's Bunny. Alien bird. Well-timed screenshot. Yeah, they really do have long, skinny necks, almost like a peacock. There's actually a lot of aspects of this that are very peacock-esque. All right, I'm gonna merge all of this mess down And we're gonna start fixing up these proportions before we move much farther. When you're sculpting and working on stuff like this, it's really important you don't get too stuck in one area and that you're kind of just like moving throughout the model, because they're all very dependent on each other. Oops, I forgot to merge on the eyeballs. Like for example, I know if I add eyelids and restructure the head some more, it's gonna look better, right? But there's other bigger issues to fix here. So we're gonna fix that. Oops, I merged that to the wrong piece. Send that up to the top, grab those eyeballs, also send them to the top, and then merge down. All right, so generally speaking, your characters are 3 heads wide, like that's how I am too. My head, you could take my head and put it here, and put it here. That's a pretty good reference for most characters. So I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this. I can put it on the left side and the right side. I like to visualize things for you guys, so you can also use that in your own work. Waiting for autosave. There we go. So I can see that, actually I'll consider I did a pretty good job here with the size of the head, or like the size of the neck, but the head is definitely too small. So let's go ahead and delete these little copies I use for measuring. And I bet this whole thing I could make about 25% bigger. Ooh, 25% is a little, that's pushing it. But whenever I'm adjusting proportions, I like to push it on the high side and then make a bunch of adjustments just a tiny bit at a time. That is horrifying, Reaper. God, why are they so scary looking? It looks like they're really prone to cataracts or something. The neck is also not nearly long enough. And I kind of have this hunchback thing going on because we originally started with an eagle. So let's start getting all that adjusted. There we go. Bringing in some more elegance. God, now it looks stupid in a different way. Oh, sculpting. You can't have an ego if you're going to be a good 3D artist. I mean, you can actually, but you're not going to have a very good time. Trying to make this little chicken neck look elegant. It just looks so stupid. Oh, I love it. If a crane and Shen had a baby, it would be a secretary bird. I could see that. Yeah. Sater said, so that's why Reaper sticks to 2D. The ego on that girl is massive. Yeah, so my mods are always fighting. Don't worry about it. Okay, these eyeball things I had here now look like earrings, and I'm not mad about it. I'm gonna keep them, I think. They're gonna have like little eyeball earrings. But only you guys will know that they were eyeballs at one point. How do I connect earrings to a bird? So I do think that this neck color thing that I drafted earlier will be smart, especially for this character. Reaper, hey, yeah. Sater's just being a menace. At least Empress finds it funny. So for adding small feathers and stuff, I like, oh yeah, this is an Eloa moment. I like to actually use the scale brush, which is located under Chisel Creature. Check this out. I'm gonna subdivide this a few times just to get my point across. There we go. So yeah, the scale brush by itself, you'd be like, that doesn't look very good. But If you soften the RGB intensity and the Z intensity and the focal shift a little bit, you can get it to where just like the small layering effect can happen. There we go, something kind of like that. And you can very quickly always start from the bottom and move up. Get like this really nice layered look here, and it totally looks like feathers. Isn't that cool? And they can go back to a higher intensity to pull off larger shapes on the face and that kind of stuff. So yeah, just want to let you know. Don't ever put them that uniform though. Layer your feathers correctly and thoughtfully. Okay, you're being a little difficult. I just got some funny topology going on here. I'm just actually going to delete it and close holes. Neato. All right, I'm going to go ahead and add some eyelids to this bird. Gosh, it looks silly. But so did the fox, and the fox ended up turning out awesome, so I need to trust the process. Why earrings when eyebrow piercing? Say more. There's a little note taking. Good, good, good. Also, Eloa, if I start pointing out the exact same things over and over again, you're going to have to tell me, because I don't always remember the things that I pointed out to you. Though I guess a repeat here and there isn't the worst thing either, huh? And I don't want any of my other students to feel unloved. Whenever I'm grabbing Eloa's attention, all of y'all should be paying attention. I grab Eloa specifically just because they're one of my more advanced students. And especially because now they're officially in the big scary world of commission work. I want to make sure they feel supported. This would be a perfect addition for this character. Absolutely. So any of these. Yes. Where is her eyeball? There it is. I lost the eyeball, so I had to go find it again. There we go. We have a lower eyelid. Look how much better that looks. And we have the upper eyelid still. Close holes. Zero mesh. Half. Satyr needs a necklace. Okay, when we say it that way and with a, you know what I think of. But I do agree. There. Bird's also unimpressed with you, Satyr. Eloa says, yes, I am business now. Reefer's like, I am trying to business. Keep trying. I know, it's hard. I'm really glad Eloa has such a strong start, but I guarantee Eloa is not expecting this to last the rest of their life. It's going to have ebbs and flows very naturally, but celebrate the good start for sure. All right, we're starting to get some of this attitude in here. That helps so much. It's not even funny. Good. I'm also really about this weird beak shape. I need to fix this now. There, no details. Back to blob, move and back face mask. And we're gonna actually use Dynamesh for this right now because the shape is so close and so wrong at the same time. This fluff is also not right. I was looking at my reference wrong. That's why you have to have multiple references. I'm gonna use Trim Dynamic to really just keep it simple to planes. There we go. Get these lashes. My lord. Bird envy. There we go. And this color stretches up and above their eye, but what's most important is that this does swoop down and they have quite a bit of fluff. That kind of stands out right here. This beak is getting really far away from her face. Also, can someone find me a reference on this under neck area? I am confusion. I think I just absolutely crushed it, and not in a good way. I just deleted her neck. There we go. I probably just scroll up. Reaper has added like 1,000 references. I don't want you to feel unappreciated. There we go. Eloa says, sorry man, God complex, already here. It's too late. Well, in that case, join the club. Alright, what is going on? This bird neck. It looks so normal here. And then on mine, I feel like it doesn't. Okay, I'm actually not that far off. You guys see the thing? Wow. There. Little bird face. Okay, I'm not too far off, which means I need to move on for right now and then come back to it. You make a little improvement, leave it alone. Make a little improvement, leave it alone. It's very important you leave it alone. Unless you're just some art god, then I guess do whatever you want. But if I work on something too much, I will literally undo the progress I just made. Fun fact, that's partly why I don't have undo history. I have it a little bit, up to 200, but after I save, it's there forever. I have no undo history. It's also because it makes your ZPR file sizes gigantic otherwise, and I don't like that. But also to force me to like commit to the shapes. Alright, I keep giving it this like jowl thing, but when I do that, I'm like, where is their brain and like their organs and stuff? They don't have one, it's a bird. Okay. I'm also really mumbling on this edge. Bam, I just need to bring that out. Okay. That looks better. The feathers are going to help a lot too. The neck is extended for striking. That's true. There's like so many like subtle little curves too. So that's mirrored on the other side. Freaking birds. Looking all sensitive and dumb. There we go. Alright, I made an improvement. Move away. Hey, it's Grimnir. Welcome back. Grimnir says, wait, you mean the move isn't to spend an hour making adjustments and then decide that you liked it better before? Wish I'd heard that about an hour ago. Also, hi everyone. What an entrance. Ooh, Seder found another reference. There we go. Oh, a couple of them. Oh, I actually have that one pinned right now. Yeah, it's just like... I think I have the shape. It's fine. I literally just need to like be brave and make the next step, which is going to be not duplicating the neck. Stop it. Which is going to be adding these like little pieces of fluff underneath, like this shape. It's just softening the line. It's like looking at a shaved sheep and being like, why does it look weird? And I'm like, because you shaved the sheep. Is my analogy too far gone? Is it like too off the rails? I think you guys know what I'm trying to say. It just needs a little breakup on that silhouette line. Yeah, Reaper has a bunch that they shared. Thank you, Reaper. Oh, I just closed the whole thing. Just lingual. Bird. And they have, it's going to show up here. Yeah, look at how many bird emojis they managed to find. I respect the effort, I do, of finding every single one of those. Yeah, Seder says, I agree, you're close. I just say it needs to be a little more throaty, but yeah, adding the throat floof will help. I get you. More this. Like an Adam's apple, but not because it's a bird. I don't even know what the function of that is. What even is this? I actually don't know what this is. Is that just like your esophagus poking out or something? I should look that up. And thank you, Just Lingual. I wish I now had confetti, but imagine those were all birds, and it's all from Just Lingual. Oh, goodness. Confetti bird moment. I am taking a moment to log Just Lingual's donation, but also so I can like not look at this. Give myself a little bit of a break. It's not even about burning out. It's just like the more I obsess on it, you gotta like give your eyes a break, literally. Well, bam. We should have progress now. I always make sure I want to show it off. Bam. Just Lingual, do you care what color you are? I'm just curious. I made you blue because you were blue. The gizzard. Yeah, in other words, the S curve on the throat is a little higher than what you have from what I'm seeing. Yeah, why is it so hard to see? Right? Oh my gosh, I feel like that looks so much better right away. Zeta, are you seeing this? Because I'm like, oh my god. Yes. Also, I didn't respond to your DM the other day where you're kind of just like talking and you were like, man, if only like art director was like actually like a job. I didn't respond because I've just been thinking about it since. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know of a lot of instances where that's a thing. Unless you had like your own like art mentorship program thing. I actually think you could be quite successful doing, not like enough to get your full-time job, but like just having like a few students that like, I don't know. I feel like you'd be really good at it. There we go. This is what Mia is seeing in her head, by the way. Can be complicated to nail down when something is in fur or feathers. And here is a comparison. They have the bird. And then how I'm seeing it. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's a good visual because I'm thinking in big shapes. Very nice. You're translating for me. I like it. I like it. Sarah said, oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's okay. I'm just blabbering. I know, but I think about it very thoughtfully. I don't know. I'm always thinking about you guys, at least a little bit, honestly. That goes with like all of my peasants. I don't know. It's a good little thing we got going here. I am afraid to detail the bird. I don't want to. I want to keep messing with these shapes. So now I'm just going to add some feather nonsense and be like, yay, I'm doing the thing. Oh my god, I did not check on the front for a while. Fuck. Look at... This is working on 3D models when you forget to rotate them for a long time because I'm like, ooh, awesome. Forgot about that view. Damn it. Okay. I have to fix that. It shouldn't be that hard. It's just like, oh my god. Cue mental breakdown. No, we're fine. I just need to move the eyeballs over a little bit. Also, why are these not symmetrical? Well, I hope at least one of you guys got a laugh out of that because I am so not joking right now. Yeah, stop fiddling. Empress and the other baby students are watching. I know. Empress is now just laughing at me. Alright, from the front view, this does not look like this. I'm not fiddling. I'm fixing right now. And this is actually really, really helpful. Yeah, I'd say someone give Reaper Poing, but Reaper is Poing, so. Brawley asks, mind if I ask something related to 3D modeling and 3D printing? Literally my job and my expertise. Ask away. Yeah, I usually chatter on that more often, but like I usually encourage people to ask questions. I've just been in the zone with this stupid bird head. Unless you're asking whether or not these things will be 3D printable. In that case, I will go insane on you. Lovingly. I 3D print all my stuff. And they're awesome. And like everything is 3D printable. And yes, you can always ask questions. Yeah. All right, we're gonna tighten this up to look less ridiculous. Auto group, smear and weld. And we're gonna kind of fit these back a touch, and then also the beak itself needs help. I'm gonna use my sander brush and then removing material to kind of carve out this plane right here. And I'm gonna come in with Trim Dynamic to find these planes again. And it's gonna start looking better. Oh yeah. Brawley said, well, some people find it offensive, so I thought I'd ask in advance. Depends if you're asking an offensive question or not. Like if you ask, so how long have you been making these shit models? Like that's pretty bad. But if you're literally asking like, oh, like, do you have any tips and tricks for like how you make things 3D printable or like that kind of stuff, or how long have you been doing this? That's not offensive at all. Part of me is like, man, it'd be fun maybe one day to stream on like Max on Live, you know, like their official channel. And then I'm like, I literally cannot stop swearing. I don't think I can do that there. I'll just stay here. Reaper said, no, we don't run like that here. Ask away. Though you might get lovingly sassed, depending on the question. Absolutely. Brawley, you seem new and like not familiar with my work though, so I'm not going to give you a hard time for an innocent question. If Foxy, however, asks, because Foxy's been around forever, if Foxy asks me a dumb question, they get a dumb answer. I mostly just give people a hard time when they don't ask questions. Very rarely I'll get people saying stuff like that won't 3D print, and then that gets a big reaction out of me because I'm like, you're just wrong. All right, we've made some good progress here. I cannot stand to look at this bird for another minute. It's really fun, and we've got some good progress going on, but I need a break with this bird. Empress says, I remember I asked questions once. Empress, shut up. You just asked questions earlier in the stream. Foxy, victimization. I love being victimized. You do. It's true. Meanwhile, Brawley is like typed out their question and is like slowly deleting their question. Like, okay, never mind. All right, I made good progress on this. I cannot handle it for another minute. Secretary, Birdfolk, Ranger. Sweet. I am going to add a couple things. Like the bow. I'm gonna give this a really cool bow. So these are all pieces I have made over the last few years. I've been doing this for 6 years. That's the bow that I wanted. This model is freakishly tall, as it should be. A nice red color, and then also bring in a quiver. There we go. Reaper, Mia, Foxy's instigating conflict. Good, then they understand their role. There we go. So this is what we started with today. We made quite a bit of progress. The head is still too small, but that's okay. Just Single says, I need to follow more tutorials so I can ask more relevant questions related to the mentorship. You should. what assignment do I have you on right now, Just Lingual? That's your best bet, is just going through those, and they're meant to challenge you and confuse you in some ways. You're on the user interface, sir. Yes. Watch your video. You need to just watch the beginner lesson for the user interface. It's about 10 minutes, I think. Hop to it. Then you'll have lots of questions, I promise. Lovingly hop to it. Here we go. Here's the question. There's been so much lead up. All right. Brawley has asked, I just sculpt for fun and plan to get into 3D printing. Can you please tell me how to make sure my model is ready for 3D printing? Like, I cannot give the cat I sculpted, right? What are the next steps? That is a great question. That is fantastic. Okay. So at the very beginning of this stream, I actually did just that. I took my finished knight character. Here we go. So just in case you doubted if I could sculpt or not, but I'm not sculpting bird people. Anyway, whatever. So this is my finished knight character, and you were correct. So when you look at this, there's all kinds of different pieces, right? Like there's this, and it's all separate. And then the entire model itself is 800,000 points. So you don't want that. Here is a very quick, simple guide to making this 3D print ready within ZBrush. Make sure you have one subtool. So you take all these pieces and make sure it's one piece. The next thing you want to do is check the mesh integrity. You can find this under Tool, Geometry, Check Mesh Integrity. So again, your tool menu, Geometry, Mesh Integrity, right here. Check it. I don't have any errors on mine, but if you did, just click Fix Mesh. After that, click on W for 3D Gizmo. This little gear right here, and Remesh by Union. This is your magic button. This is going to take all of those independent pieces and it's going to make it one solid mesh. It always causes errors. That's fine. Here's what you do. Make sure you click on Accept. I have Shift F to show the wireframe here. And then I click on Auto Groups, which is located under Tool, Polygroups, Auto Groups. It's going to make it one color ideally. So I went from this to this. So great, a remesh by Union worked. Afterwards, hold down Command Shift and double click. Here are all of the areas that got kind of weird and messed up. I'm going to group them all together with Command W. There you go. And then Command Shift click on this. That's now been removed. It's actually just hidden. So you want to click on Delete Hidden. Now that all those problem areas are gone, close holes, and that's it. You're going to just remesh by Union again. So those are all your unique steps. You're going to keep doing that until you don't have any weird topology hanging out. And the very, very last step you can do is just check on your poly count. I'm currently at 143,000 points for this entire model. That's perfect. You just don't want to 3D print like 500 or like 1,000,000 points, you know? I usually shoot for around 200,000 points. The last thing you might want to do is make sure it's the right size or the right scale. You can do that in ZBrush. I usually do it in Mesh Mixer. You could even rescale it within your 3D printing slicer, whether it's Litchi, Chi2Box, Cura if you're using FDM, Bamboo Studios, anything like that. But that's you'll definitely need to rewind and watch that again. It's a lot of clicking. It's a lot of like little micro steps. But essentially, you take all your pieces, one subtool, remesh by Union, close holes, and decimate. That's in broad strokes. Yeah. Sweet, paint's back. I'm doing that shield you showed me the other day. Awesome, I'd love to hear it. Probably just says your sculpts are awesome. Thank you. Foxy says, Mia is all, that's a great question to new people in the chat. But she's like, shut up, Foxy, to me. It's true, I'm horrible to Foxy. Only because that's what you like. Alrighty. That is done. I'm really happy with the progress I've made today. I think the next thing that we're going to do is a scatter terrain piece. But for now, oh, it's mad about something. Oh my goodness. I do not like this. It's the best reference here. Although I hate this. No. Anyway, what was I even doing? Oh, I was gonna grab my foxes to have up here because I enjoy them, and I'm currently bullying Foxy, so it feels relevant. Brawley says thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad that wasn't too overwhelming because I know I said like, hey, just do 1,000 button clicks, but if you're familiar with ZBrush at all, you know how that is. If you ever did want my one-on-one help, I do offer mentorship. It's $1 a day. But obviously for now, just ask questions here. I'm more than happy to help. Sassy bird. Yeah. Sater says Reaper's putting full plays today with the reference spam. Honestly, I love it. Reaper, I don't know if I've ever seen you have this much fun gathering references. Please tell me you're going to draw one of these birds. I'd love to see a Reaper bird. All right, I'm going to sculpt a terrain piece and finish it. Ooh, we'll just do the ooze chest. That'll be super relaxing, really easy. Paint says, I have asked this before, but how do you make your asset libraries? That's a great question. Let me show you. Because it's very confusing to manage your tools, subtools, ZPRs, all that kind of nonsense. So here's the first thing you need to understand. The entire file you're saving, when you go to File, Save As, that's your ZPR, ZBrush project. Every ZPR contains tools. Up here, each one of these, that's a tool. Within a tool are subtools, and that's all of these. You can kind of see them change color right now as I click on stuff. Once you understand that, the asset libraries become really easy. So essentially, let's say that I'm sculpting, I'm working on this character, I'm making it look cool, whatever, neat. And now I want to save that for whatever reason. I'm gonna go to Tool, Export. And I'm gonna call this, Interestingly, this is actually going to, your tool export saves a subtool. I know, whatever is active, okay? So now that you have that, I shouldn't have used that example because it's 1,000,000 points, but whatever. I have that in my downloads folder, right? It's gonna show up pretty soon here. Then I'm going to simply import that into one of the tools up here. It's really thinking about it because I picked something so high poly. What a good example. All right, so let's say I'm building this asset library here full of heads and bodies. You're going to go to Tool, Import this time. And here's the most important part, so listen. Whenever you import something, it will overwrite what is currently selected. So just make sure, like this sweeping veil I have selected, I'm gonna click on Duplicate. So I actually have 2. See, there's 1, here's 2. So now when I import something, I click Tool, Import, and then click on and there you go. We will have that body. If you don't see it, it's probably because the file size is different. So just go down to Deformation, Unify, and it'll just make that show up. And there you go. You now have that little piece and you have begun to build your asset library. That's just creating one. Now let's say you want to combine a bunch of asset libraries. That's when you go Tool here. So I was going to Tool, Import, Export, right? If you want to grab the entire thing, like all of your shoes, all of your hats, then you're going to go to Tool, Save As, and that's going to allow you to combine your big libraries together. I hope that helped. It's a lot of terminology, so I understand if you're like, what? Brawley says, also, sorry, one more question. Cannot be done. You get one question a stream. No, I'm joking. How to make your model doesn't fall after printing and it's balanced. Also, what do you mean by keep the base flat on the model? Okay. So the second question, I wasn't quite sure what you meant. What do you mean? What does it mean to keep the base flat on the model? I think it just means like connect the base to the model. Like just make sure that this is connected. But as far as we ask, like, so it doesn't just fall over. Well, the base should help with that. But if you print without a base and add it after the fact, you're gonna wanna make sure that your model's center of gravity is balanced. So something you could do is you could actually stand up and do the pose that you're thinking about if it's a humanoid, right? And see if you would fall over. If you would fall over, it's probably not balanced. Essentially, you're going to want to, it's called a plumb line test. Here, let me find an image because I know we're all artists and creatives here. And it'll be easier if you can see it. Of course, I'm having the hardest time finding this. Essentially, you don't want your model to be like super far and leaning over, and it would obviously fall over. When I say like center of gravity, it's like their balance point. Does that make sense? And it's not the end of the world because like dynamic poses might want to fall over. That's fine. That's why you have a base on them. I am so mad I cannot find this. I think I sent it to Mini Mimics and we talked about it. Oh, I don't know in what DM. I have a lot of students, so I can't remember. Plumb line. Is it going to show up? No. Line of action. Center of gravity. Oh, it's searching just Justin Gulshat. Boo. Yeah, I'm not sure where to find this image I'm looking for. That's okay. That's okay. I think you get the point of what I'm trying to say. Just Lingle says, Mia, you could also change the STL to a geometric solid, then do a geometric analysis to find center of the mass and see if the moment is enough for the tip slip condition. I don't think most people here know what a moment is. So that's our first problem. But yes, you could also very simply just do that. I just can't stop laughing at all of these like references you guys keep pulling in. It cracks me up. Timestamp for asset library reference. That was about the 3:15 mark. A moment is a screenshot of time. Not in the reference that you were referring to it in. This centaur was so much work. I'm gonna just put her up here and be like, oh yes, work I did. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back and we'll work on a Scattertrain piece from scratch. Brawley says, thank you, Mia. Miss, really appreciate it. I'm a big fan of being called Miss Mia, Miss M3DM, Madame. Oh, that's good. Very good. You're very polite. You're welcome here anytime. Alrighty. Oh, that officially means that you're a Tavern peasant. That's what I call everybody here, peasants. So just know that it's not like a slight. It's a good thing. Anyway, I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. I encourage y'all to grab a drink, grab a snack. Again, it's going to be a long stream today. I'll be back. We'll make some more art from scratch this time. It's going to be a chest that is in a bunch of ooze. So yes. All right, I'll see y'all in a bit, okay? Hey y'all, and welcome to Happy Hour. This is the time that I dedicate for my students to ask, really just your guys' time. If you have assignments you want me to review or questions, this is your time. Looks like there's been a lot of chat about mentorship anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Probably based on what I've read right here really quickly, I would absolutely be able to help you with all of that, 100%. I have that facilitated through a different Patreon. And again, that is $30 a month, $1 a day. And if you're thinking, wow, that's a suspiciously good deal, it is. It's because my students tend to be at a more casual level, so I don't feel like I need to charge you guys hundreds a month because I have so many students, and it really just works out who ends up progressing more that month, or maybe not as much. It all evens out. It truly does. And I end up being well compensated for my time, and I can provide the best possible answers and content for you guys as well. The British and the American. I see right now we have people hanging out in our peasant hub. I'd love to see it. Just Lingual says, anybody down for an Art Fest Jam Discord later today? Sorry for those in different time zones where it's already getting late. Yeah, there's already 3 people in there, so I think you're going to have some people to hang out with for sure, which makes me happy. Also, I love that you guys will not stop with these references. Eloa says, student of many months here. Yes, Eloa's been a student of mine for well over 6 months at this point. Can confirm Mia does a great job mentoring across all levels. Absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if you're earlier on, because that's kind of what my early lessons are geared for. For students that are a bit more advanced, and I don't mean you've sculpted a little bit, I mean you've done full projects for a long time. For them, it's not that I can't provide a lot of help, it's just that you're going to have to put in a lot of work still. Just Lingual says, I'm at work for the next 3 hours. Aw, so I haven't ever been able to catch them during the stream. Bummer. These aren't references. They're for the funny. This is true. But like, so many. Alrighty, so we are going to sculpt a chest that is covered in ooze. And this is a bonus model for my Kickstarter project that's going on right now. It's my Turian side project. The other day, we went ahead and made this book on an enchanted pedestal. That's fun. And it's meant to pair with this lovely wizard here. So today, oh, it's really dark. Let's go ahead and fix that lighting by hitting comma for lightbox, render set. And I'm a huge fan of radial overlay. It just has like that dramatic lighting that I'm a big fan of. Which, there we go. Mini mimics. I leave with a birdfolk. I come back to a centaur. We're working on all kinds of stuff here. All right, so we are going to. Next up is this ooze warrior. I'm gonna click on append and grab that ooze warrior. There he is. Mind if I ask, where are the things that she teaches? I don't have like a list specifically of all the things that I teach, but in broad strokes, how to sculpt in ZBrush, how to 3D print things that you've sculpted, and then how to sell the 3D prints or the 3D models. I have them hosted on my website, but that's not really what my mentorship is about. Like, you're not paying for video lessons, you're paying for me to tell you how and where to learn, and then I give you videos that I have made to watch, but it's not really what it's about. Otherwise, I could just sell my videos and call that good, but I find that people really don't learn from that very much. It's much more one-on-one than that. Like, you tell me what your goals are and where you're currently at, and I give you a small assignment to complete. You complete it, get a new one. Complete it, get a new one. So in the beginning, for brand new beginners, that looks like learning the user interface, navigation, and then brushes. In ZBrush specifically, yes, absolutely. All right, what was I doing? Oh, that's right. If you guys haven't checked it out already, look at my Kickstarter. It's got about a week left. At the very least, it's free to like follow the project and kind of just be like part of it. It's a really fun thing that I've been working on for the last, oh goodness, several months. A lot of really cool stuff in there, and that's what we're working on right now. So this guy is part of that Kickstarter, and I'm making a terrain piece to kind of add a bit more for this character. I'm gonna take one of my treasure chests and then just like have it sinking into a pile of ooze. Just a little guy. All right, what is the treasure chest I want to use? Might need to just make a new one. I have a bunch of chests I've made over the years. There we go, got everything all moved around. Here's one that I already have. Can I take off those bars? Oh, good, because I was like, I don't like these bars on it. Good. That's much more fun for me to work with. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and add a couple straps to this. Just to make it a little more interesting. I'm going to use the modeler brush to add some edge loops here. I'm going to use extrude and poly loop. There we go. Perfect. Gonna move this top piece down a touch, and then I can go ahead and add some buckles to this. I have some really fun buckles stored just over here. Just taking this asset that's already in my asset library and giving it a little bit more life. There we go. Next is this pile of ooze. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a cylinder. It's been rounded off. I'm going to Dynamesh this. I'm gonna kind of start building this scene I have here in my head. We'll make this green and this brown just for ease of design so I can kind of see the distinct elements. I believe this was just Lingual's idea. Go ahead and make a little pile of ooze and then start creating that illusion that this is sunk into the ground. I'm not sure how much of this one will sink down, but I want to make sure I can preview that now. So I'm gonna hold down Command, mask just the bottom of this, Command W polygroup, and then Command Shift double click to hide that one piece. Go ahead and make this look a little irregularly shaped. Again, this is meant to be a terrain piece. I don't have to worry about a base or anything like that. I think there's a gravity deformer I can use here that I would like. Oh, that's right. It's sensitive to the camera, so that's kind of fun. Or not the camera, but the 3D gizmo, I believe. There we go. I think it'll look best if I just hand sculpt it, honestly. Let's go ahead and do that. We're back to the beeps and booping. All right, I'm gonna use a snake hook with Sculptress Pro to start getting some glops pulled off of this. There we go. I'm not worried about what plane this is acting on right now. Can adjust that later. I kind of just rough up the edge here. There we are. Perfect. You'll see me using the knife rectangle brush a lot, just so I can make sure this is flat and believable. That's about how I wanted this to look. I can go ahead and make these belts even more detailed. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna add some stitching to these. Let's see what this stitch looks like. Ooh, I do like how gritty that is. I'm gonna turn on backface mask to make sure it doesn't kind of destroy the mesh here. Otherwise, whenever you're using something that's really high detail like this, it's deforming the mesh a lot, you gotta be really careful that it's not ripping through the backside of the mesh. And again, the way to fix that is a backface mask. Yeah, it's a nice bit of detail there. I think that edge looked a little unclear, so I went ahead and built that up again. Looks like the strap's got a little wobbly right here, which is fine. I'm gonna go ahead and fix those with my move brush. Kind of undent it a touch here. The easiest way to fix this is just to not let it get all dented in the first place. Sometimes that's what happens. I'm tempted just to add some buckles on it because that would actually also look quite good. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually didn't like them as much as I thought. Not a problem. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I think it makes the most sense to have them tied to the top. I'm thinking. What happens if I use mirror and weld across the Z-axis? Sometimes, there we go. I'm like, I have half of it that I like a lot. So what if I just mirror and weld? There you go. And I fixed the bump. And now it looks better on both sides. The answer is rarely to take your move brush and to like really tediously try to fix it. There's usually just a smarter way to fix it. Brawley says, I was going through past live streams. My favorite is Knucklevi and the Winged Cow are all goated though. Thank you so much. I love that you said that because like I have a Knucklevi right here. Like I loved that too. And I'm so bummed out I didn't learn about Z-Sketch before making this because that would have saved me a lot of time. But that was a fun one to make from scratch. I'm glad you like the Winged Cow too. Such a cutie. It makes me very happy. Yeah, it's definitely much easier to follow with the same software, for sure. All right, this is looking pretty darn good. I'm pretty confident that I'm not gonna need any more of the chest showing, so I'm gonna go ahead and clip that now. There we go. The Winged Cow stream is for Moo Was Born. I forgot all about that. That was the same stream. Ah, what a good stream to watch. I also want to sculpt this to be slightly reminiscent of like, it's possibly a mimic. Possibly. Just the way that like the ooze is kind of like creeping forward like fingers. It's definitely intentional. As you guys can tell, I have absolutely no fun at my job. So I'm going to use Chisel Organic because they have a fungus VDM in here that I really like using just to kind of add some secondary forms really quickly and really easily, just like that. I'm definitely a more is more kind of person when it comes to design and texturing. It's looking a little bit fuzzy. That's why I intentionally had this really high res, so I can delete the high subdivs and you're gonna see it gets a little more pixelated, right? And we don't normally want that. But that plus a polish by features, I'm just gonna be left with kind of like the lumps that caused. Does that make sense? I get that oozy texture without looking overly detailed. Well, now I'm trying to think. Is that it? Is this done? Brawley said, what did you find the most hard, complex thing to sculpt? Knuckleby looks so complex because of how the muscles look and the horse and human anatomy. Oh God. That's about how I felt about it too. But no, things that I usually have a lot of trouble with are hard surface. So I did a demonic war machine that kind of kicked my ass on stream. If you go back far enough, you'll find this. I don't know. This last year, I've had so many challenging requests that I can kind of sculpt anything now. But again, what's like the most challenging? So yeah, this was really hard for me because it's so outside of like my normal wheelhouse. Here's the 3D print of that. So freaking proud of this. So again, this is available on Patreon, the 3D printable model. Yeah, I would say this is up there for difficulty of sculpting for me. Because I also sculpted Cherry Blossom Dragon and that wasn't as hard for me. So it's, in a nutshell, I would just say hard surface. Hard surface is tough for me. That's a great question, by the way. I like that you're more comfortable asking more questions, probably. Just Single says, coming from Nomad, things are many similar tools, but the UI is significantly different. That's why I have you on the UI assignment. Be brave. Watch the video. I got you. I got it structured in a way that will be good, I promise. Ooh, that's a cute bit of topology there. Not today. There you go. I see. There it is. I was like, I made these really nice straps. Where did they go? I found them. All is well. I was like, gonna throw a fit for a second there. Never mind. We're good. Just Single said, the War Machine stream was the first one I showed some of my friends because I was watching it at the airport and trying to explain why it's cool. No kidding. Oh, I'm honored. Thank you. That's very cool. Every time I read these beeps and boops, I roll my eyes. My phone screams at the beginning of the stream one time. I knew that was going to happen. So there's a hole somewhere on my model. It's being silly. We're going to close holes and Dynamesh again. There you go. Now it is repaired. Eloa, as you work on more commissions and big projects here, if you ever have your model like literally blow up, like don't have a meltdown. Like feel free to send me the ZPR because I have broken so many meshes and therefore fixed so many meshes. I'll probably be able to save you a lot of time. Empress says, so bad weather is rolling in. Already had one outage, so I don't think I'll make it to student review. That is a-okay. Honestly, my brain's a little slow right now, and I did look at what you sent, and I like it a lot. And I don't want to give you, like, a lame review, so I'll probably look at it tomorrow. That works out. Also, stay safe. Ooh, the Archcon Reaper was fun. Yeah, really enjoyed that one too. She's really not. Oh my god. Eloa says, yeah, I'm going to finish up my current commissions, and then we will look at creating some other cool things to maybe sell properly. Very good. gonna just pinch this a little bit more, and that's gonna give me more of that ooze look I'm looking for. Because I was like, why am I not impressed by the ooze? That's why. Just needs more stretch. Also, none of that. There we go. Sweet. All right, this model is done. Piled some ooze on it. We now got a fun little ooze chest. That looks like it's been drug or something. All right, this is going to be the final stretch of the stream here. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. So if you do have any last minute questions, now is the time to ask. And then I'll make sure I'll get to you, Empress, either later tonight or tomorrow. You're really on the right track. If anything, I think you're being a little too cautious. Like, you're doing so good. Like, your first project should look worse than it already does. Like, wait, did I say that backwards? Your first project looks better than it needs to already, which is great because it looks really good. Don't be afraid to just like call it good enough and keep moving to the next step. All right, I'm gonna throw these into Mesh Mixer. You do not have to use Mesh Mixer. It is very old, very archaic. I just like using it because it screams about mesh errors a little louder than ZBrush does, and it points to them. And I appreciate the pointing. I also use this to make sure my scaling is okay. Again, you can do all of this in ZBrush. I just find this faster as of right now. Earlier, I finished my female knight, so that's why that is in the scene. Brawley has another question. Since you have been modeling for so long, does taking on new projects scare you? You've been killing it with good questions today. No, because I have been trialed by fired on live stream. If you think taking on new projects is scary, try doing it in front of an audience. Even though, again, like we have like 20 people here, that's a ton to me. Like anything more than like 10 is my goal. 5's a party, 10's a success, 20 is outrageous. We've gotten as high as like 30 people watching at a time here too. And that's stressful. That makes me really like that. That used to put me on my nerves huge. But now I just whatever. Worst case scenario, I make some bad art. Oh no, you have to make all kinds of silly bad art in order to make good art. It's just the way of things. So it does not bother me anymore. Not to say that they don't ever give me the fear. I have a special event stream coming up on July 14th. So again, in like a couple weeks. That's going to be scary. That's going to be hosted by Eloa, and they are going to give me some ridiculous, difficult prompt thing, monster project. I don't know. I'll find out on stream. So, there's a good one. Ooze treasure chest. Will the Fall Below be completed for the next mystery stream, or is it dead? Okay. 1, hurtful. 2, it's not ever going to be dead. It's going to get finished. I want to simulate the fabric in Marvelous Designer. I think I mentioned that. But no, like I just want to start having more time for Marvelous, which is coming up soon because I am almost done writing the code to automate the rest of my website. Again, I'm not a programmer. I just know enough to see if code makes any sense. It's been a process. Also, next mystery stream is going to be great. Yes, I'm very excited. But no, that model's gonna get finished. For sure. All right, uploading the ooze treasure chest. And that is complete. All right, we finished 3 models on stream. I always write them in sticky notes, that way I can visualize how much I got done. Where's my pen? I have no pen. There it is. But yes, this stream is wrapping up. We're officially in last call. So if you have any questions, now is the time to ask those final questions. Until mañana. Tomorrow is going to be a super fun stream. You're going to have to just be there to see it. I'm going to be sculpting some abomination of a request from Floxy, which is just Lingual's fault, so you won't want to miss it. Thank you, Miss, for answering so many questions. Have a lovely day, everyone. You're very welcome. Just Lingual says, I promise I'll watch a UI video as soon as the stream ends. Good. And again, you only need to watch the beginner assignment. I have like a bunch of videos in that course package. If you want to, you can watch them. That's not extra credit. That might just confuse you. I really recommend just watching the beginner assignment, and then we'll come back to it later if you want to learn more cool stuff. I promise it will make ZBrush so much less scary. Just do like one assignment every like 2 to 3 days, and I promise you'll be like a ZBrush pro. Awesome. Paint asks, how do I make an ornament gem? An ornament or a gem? Because they're very different. A gem, long story short, Z modeler brush. Very slow, taking a cube and like pulling individual faces to like make a diamond and like a shape. You know what I mean? You're gonna have like very, very few shapes. For an ornament, look up shadow box. Go to YouTube and type in shadow box and have your mind blown. I did a demo on a stream a while ago. I can do that again tomorrow. Excellent. I did say you could ask questions right now, but I'm too tired to do a full demo. Tomorrow. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me. This was a great time. Make sure to like the stream on your way out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye.